On to the regular council meeting of August 25th, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on our YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers, aside from any photography associated with today's award presentation. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. I also want to make a note to council that now that we are in full election mode, I'm going to be very strict about people pontificating and electioneering during council meetings. I will move to shut it down quickly, so take note. Moving on, would everyone rise for the singing of O Canada, and let's make it loud enough to be heard in Washington.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let's join in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
I do, thank you, and through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, August 25th, 2026 be adopted as circulated with the following amendments. Addition, item 8.1 being the correspondence from Randy Neals regarding the draft 2026 Regional Transit Master Plan.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. We're now going to move into presentations, and we will do the environmental hero and be in a hero awards presentation. Be Councillor Warren, Deborah Pearson, Chair, City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee, Christine Sabo-Zabatos, Member of City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee. And I will come down and join you.
Well, this is certainly a wonderful day, and it's so heartening to see so many environmental heroes and be a hero heroes. So we've got quite a few, so we're just going to move forward. I want to introduce Deborah Pearson. She's the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee, and also Christine Zabatos, who is also the chair of Bee City, Kawartha Lakes, also known as the Queen Bee. So going to get going here. So we're going to start with Be a Hero. And the first Be a Hero hero is Rosemary Ditch. Planted several gardens in shade, partial shade, and full sun. Gardens planted with native perennials, shrubs, and trees. Gardens attract insect and bird pollinators and serve as a beautiful garden sanctuary. Planted pollinator-friendly gardens to contribute to local biodiversity and feed the soul. So come on up, Rosemary. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your work.
Here.
We're gonna.
Oh, we'll take a picture. We'll get cozy here.
Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations. So, Sarah, I guess the next. Yeah, thank you. The next Be a Hero hero is Catherine Widgetal. She spent many years planting and transplanting perennial and native flowers, shrubs, and trees, working to promote biodiversity and beautify their property, passionate about gardening and protecting the environment. Well done, Catherine. Thank you. Well done. Okay, and now we're moving on to the environmental hero, and our first one is Bill Steffler. He's been a longtime advocate and supporter for trails and active transportation. The chair of the city's Active Transportation Master Plan Task Force, and recently appointed to the Active Transportation Committee of Council. Key contributor to the Green Trails Association and the Kawartha Trans-Canada Trail Association. Also, founding member and leader of Active Transportation Advocates for Kawartha Lakes, ATICL, led ATICL's organizing of a Trails Day event last year and assisted in organizing the Markathon Hero Walk. a place called Home Fundraiser. He cycles and walks wherever possible. Way to go, Bill.
Perfect. Betty, great smile. Thank you. Well done.
And next one, Sarah, please. So the next environmental hero is Fenelon Falls Horticultural Society volunteers. Yay. I don't know if we have enough. Okay, sure. So they put in countless hours to plan, plant, maintain 21 public gardens as well as four stone planters. The Rain Garden is an ecological and community space on Oak Street by Maryborough Lodge Museum. Rain Garden filters and absorbs stormwater runoff before it enters Cameron Lake, which is great. All gardens have many native and pollinator-friendly plants. Well done. Official photo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. Okay. The next environmental hero is Kawartha Land Trust, a land conservation charity that protects natural and working lands. Mission is to care for the lands entrusted to us and help others protect the land they live in the Kawarthas. Founded in 2001, Kawartha Land Trust protects and cares for thousands of acres of ecologically diverse lands and has public access nature reserves that welcome thousands of visitors annually. The Partners in Conservation program allows an increase in impact on the shared landscape across Kawartha region. Works with the Michi-Sagi Nishnabeg territory, committed to strengthening our understanding of our treaty responsibilities and collaborating with the Williams Treaty First Nations in the spirit of reciprocity. Well done. Yeah, that's a lot. Thank you. Well done. Okay, and the next ones are environmental hero Marilis McInnes and Kathleen Pierce Holbrook of Entente Education Canada District 18, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes. Secured funding from Entente 18, formerly Retired Teachers of Ontario District 18, for several environmental projects, including purchase of 5 backyard birding kits, including binoculars for the Kawartha Lakes Library Collection, 5 workshops in a Walks on the Wild Side series hosted by Kawartha Conservation and Kawartha Lakes Library. Marilis helped to plan the workshops and both assisted with their promotion and delivery, hosted by bird-friendly Kawartha Lakes. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do.
All right, everybody smiling. Perfect. Smile again.
Our next environmental hero is Richard Goddard of Plant Kawartha. He has been planting trees for 7 years to offset personal carbon footprint, took tangible action in addition to sitting on climate boards, planted over 6,000 trees, and took over running a local project called the Canopy Project, now called Plant Kawartha, which currently plants larger shade and fruit trees, as well as a pollinator-friendly species. He's done plantings at local schools and the Lindsay Fairgrounds. Well done, Richard.
Thank you.
And next one. So this gentleman I have known for 40 years, and he's unable to be here today, but his name's Macy Benjamin, and he formed the Sustainable Ecological Alternatives for Living seal like 30 years ago. He's been working in the environment his whole life. He was instrumental in starting the Bobcaygeon Farmers Market and has run it since its inception. He's also on the board of the Environmental Action Bobcaygeon since its inception. So Macy's been an incredible environmentalist his whole life. He can't be here, but kudos, Macy. Okay, so now we're on to environmental business hero and Grow Wild native plant nursery Paul Hayden. Specializes in contract growing of native plants for ecological restoration projects for private and public native plant gardens. Provides ecological restoration, ELC surveying, species at risk, research, and contract growing of native tree and plant restoration projects. A trusted supplier region-wide because of expertise, integrity, and high ethical standards. He supported the Bee City designation by providing native plants for projects and accommodated and supported the pollinator action team, sometimes on short notice. In operation for over 10 years and available for educational presentations. Well done, Paul.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
And another environmental business hero is Century Cinemas, Steve Podolsky. The business has attracted has an attached chimney that is host to chimney swifts. And if you haven't seen that, you have to see it. It's quite amazing, which are a species at risk. Over 70 swifts roost at a time in the chimney. Steps are being taken to ensure that the chimney remains in a condition which will encourage use by the swifts. Birds Canada has recognized the business of their role as a host, and a plaque is affixed to the building. These efforts have contributed to the city's inclusion in Nature Canada's bird-friendly city program. Well done, Steve.
Thank you.
And this is why we do what we do, we have environmental student heroes. So Marcus Legsdens and Liam Hood Hanlon, Fleming College, hosted American Woodcock Workshop at Kenhill Conservation Area, attended by 25 individuals at the beginning of the migratory period. Both have had long interest in birds, including this not widely known species. Both will be attending Trent University's Conservation Biology program in the fall. Completed research and field observations, created presentation, prepared for and ran the workshop, presentation, and site visits. Well done. Give it to us. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, just turn. Hold on. Oh. Perfect. All right, big smile. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, and sorry, Sarah, I've been telling you, been on top of that. Next one. Foundations, the next environmental student hero is Foundations for Independence Langdon Public School. Created the Langdon community garden, planted and tended vegetables and herbs, including a Three Sisters garden and pollinator gardens. Food grown will be donated to the Fenelon Falls Food Bank. Helping students understand where the food comes from, including how they can support food insecurity in their community. First Nations education through the Three Sisters Garden, and learned about community involvement, volunteerism, where their food comes from, and responsibility. Well done. And I'm just going to name them all, the Foundations for Independent Students. Michelle Voicey, Ryan Voicey, Carson Angiers, Kaylee Chinowith, Calvin Cardoni, Katie Keynes, Brooklyn Blacklock, Jared Killaby, Gage Chaplin, and Lincoln Forbes. Well done. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so the last one, environmental student heroes, Mackenzie Dunn, Kristen Groves, Alexandra Donatale of Frost Living Laboratory, Fleming College, pollinator and bird-friendly garden rejuvenation project, initially established in 2004 and was expanded to over 1,200 square feet of native plant habitat with accessible paths. Acts as a living laboratory to learn about seed saving, pollinator diversity, and native plant identification. Includes culturally significant and sensory plants, interpretive signage, habitat, and food for pollinators and birds. Recognized by Pollinator Partnership Canada and is certified as bird friendly. Well done.
Just holding several booklets together. Okay. All right. Thank you for your work. There we go. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. We'll go this way. Thank you. We're going to squeeze in.
Yeah, I'm sure we can crouch a little bit.
And that's it, and thank you to all the heroes. It's really, as I said, very
We'll give the folks a minute. You're welcome to stay for the council meeting if you'd like. You might find it riveting. Thank you all for coming today. Okay, can I get a motion that the presentation regarding the Environmental Hero and Be a Hero Awards be received? Councillor Warren, seconder, Councillor Joyce, all in favor? Get them up, all in favor? And that's passed. Can I have a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of July 21st, 2026 be received and adopted? Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. What? Yep. Okay, back to notices and information by members of council and staff. Councillor Doble.
Last week I had the opportunity to attend the annual AMO conference in Ottawa, where I met with municipal and provincial officials and representatives attending sessions on municipal taxation, transportation, traffic calming, developments in emergency service delivery, and of course the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, where there was clear consensus in favor of a province-wide assessment update. This was a valuable opportunity to network and learn, and Mr. Mayor, I'm grateful to the city for allowing me to attend this conference. Last Wednesday, along with Mayor Elmsley, Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor McDonald, and I played in the Kawartha Lakes Emergency Services Annual Golf Tournament. I would note that Deputy Mayor Richardson won the closest to the pin contest, and that's all we will say about our golf scores. That's all we'll say about our golf scores, but I want to publicly thank and commend our emergency services, our Police Chief Robertson, Fire Chief Jones, and Paramedic Services Chief Sarah Johnson for their leadership in putting on this tournament, which raised over $15,000 that was divided equally to the Kawartha Food Source and Big Brothers Big Sisters. In previous years, the amounts raised have been closer to 10,000. So this year they did remarkably well. So thanks and congratulations for all of your excellent efforts.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to invite everyone to the one and only Kinmount Fair on Labor Day weekend. There will also be a really interesting movie about how children aided in the Second World War effort at the Highland Cinema for free with the purchase of a fair pass. Also, I'd like to invite everyone who is interested in the health of our lakes and rivers to attend the Lake Symposium on September 18th at the Fenelon Community Center from 9 to 4. There'll be speakers and lots of information from environmental groups working to make our community healthy and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This coming Saturday, August 29th, from 10 o'clock in the morning till 6 in the afternoon, there will be the first ever Dunsford Butter Tart Festival. It's going to be held at the Dunsford Community Centre. It's a day of fun, food, and community spirit, and also be the volunteer firefighters will be there. As Labor Day approaches, September 7th, it honors the economic and social achievements of workers and marks the historic fights for fair wages, shorter working hours, and safer working conditions. So Labor Day is approaching very soon. Next, the Omimi Community Fund is hosting a corn roast. This is the first that they've had. And it's a fundraiser for the Omimi Beach Park. It'll be held on September 12th from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. And the funds will be used to support our splash pad when the fund is growing. And things are getting exciting about potential construction of a splash pad as soon as the funds are raised. And just also an acknowledgement to Ken and Anne-Marie Svensson for their generous donation just the other day. So lots to do to Omimi. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. This Saturday is the annual Kawartha Lake Cycling Tour. Always a popular event and for a very worthy cause, a place called home. Starting point is the Oakwood Lions Mariposa Community Hall. There's multiple route lengths and various starting times ranging from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. And I believe Councillors Doble and McDonald will be joining me. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so we'll be there to help the starters start off. I myself will not be cycling. Doble, McDonald, are you on a bicycle? No? Okay. Anyways, we're going to cheer them on and hope to see more people there. Moving forward into September, we have the annual Harvest Moon in Little Britain. This is organized by the Little Britain Community Association. They're a volunteer group. All proceeds are collected and spent back into the community. It is on Saturday, September 12th. 2 p.m. is at the tractor parade, which features antique tractors, and who doesn't love a parade? Followed by, at 5 p.m., the dinner dance, which is a fun time. Tickets are still available, $50, and you contact the Little Britain Community Association to get that ticket. And my monthly library notice. This in September, we have the Friends of the Library are very excited to welcome award-winning author Steve Burrows. This will be at the Lindsay branch on Wednesday, September 16th from 2 to 4 p.m. Now, if you don't know Burrows, he's the creator of the best-selling Murder Mystery Series. Murder Mystery Series. He'll be speaking about his work, including his newly released 10th book, A Mermation of Swallows. Tickets, copies of the book will be there to be signed. Tickets for this event can be purchased through the Friends of the Lindsay Library. Now, a bit more about the Friends of the Lindsay Library. They're a dedicated group of volunteers and make a valuable contribution to the library and our community through their fundraising, advocacy, and support for special initiatives and events. Also on the same day, again at the Lindsay branch, from 1 to 6 p.m. the Lindsay branch will be hosting a free local authors festival. It brings together writers from across Kawartha Lakes, where residents are invited to meet local authors, discover books across a variety of genres, learn about the inspiration behind their work, browse through displays, and chat one-on-one with the authors. Everyone is welcome for a celebration of books, creativity, and community spirit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think Councillor Warren is recycling on Saturday, so just thought I'd throw that out there. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'd like to let everybody know that this weekend at the Cobbleconk Wharf, the Ducks are back for the Cobbleconk Duck Derby. This year it's in support of the Summit Wellness Center, which is getting very close to opening. And the top prize is $2,000 if your duck finishes first. Last summer was pretty dry, so the ducks took a while to get to the finish line. But this year it looks like we got some flow in the river, so it should be a little more exciting. And followed by the Duck Derby is a big party at the wharf with free food, music, and activities for everybody. So come join us this Saturday at 1 p.m. in Coboconk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. Just a reminder from the last meeting there that the annual Victoria Plowing Match is going to be happening this Sunday on the 30th. Just so I can remind people, I did challenge anybody. I would understand if you don't show up because I'm going to win anyway. But anyway, for anybody that wants to come at 11 o'clock, we're going to have the start with the dignitaries to do a little tractor and plowing if you can make it. Secondly, this weekend, the Lindsay Downtown Block Party, presented by the Unwrapped and Home Threads Boutique. Friday starts at 4 o'clock till 10 p.m. Got live music from 7 to 10. We got the Brewing Company, late night shopping, on-street fashion show, which I think my daughter is going to be one of the fashion people in there, so, and food vendors. And then Saturday also, from 9 a.m. till 4, we're going to have sidewalk sales, tent sales, live music, and the same thing. So please come on down and enjoy all the fun times downtown. And also on Saturday, the 29th, we got back to school with the Lindsay Farmers Market. This is just a little one of these little feelings that you have, that the kids have when they're nervous going back to school. So we kind of like to take their jitters and turn them into excitement and have a bus there so they can get on the bus. So join us at the Lindsay Farmers Market on Saturday, 9 a.m. till noon. And of course, while you're there, you can buy some goodies maybe to buy for the kids to go back to school. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. At this time, I would love to take the time to congratulate Olivia Avery, a Bethany young lady who was just named the 2026-2027 CNA Ambassador of Fairs. She's representing also the Lindsay Agricultural Society and will be at all our local fairs coming up. She comes from a very amazing local family that really represents the Kawartha Lakes to a T when it comes to agricultural. So a huge shout out to her. That's a big kudos. Also, everybody keep your eyes open. Younger families, we have a blitz of social media happening, revving up for local minor hockey, figure skating. Let's keep our arenas bumping the upcoming season. And just one more quick announcement. Kawartha Conservation's Fall Native Plant Sale closes Monday, August 31st. This is a great opportunity to order native plants that support pollinators, improve habitat, and strengthen your property. So pickup is in September. You can go on and place an order on www.kawarthaconservation.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, do you have anything? Like the Kawartha Arts Festival or?
With respect, Mayor, you're stealing my thunder. All these great announcements.
I didn't have your name on.
This great announcement. Thank you very much, Mayor. And it's been a busy summer in Ward 3. I want to acknowledge the Fenelon Falls Car, Truck, and Bike Show that took place at the end of July, first weekend of August. A great turnout again this year, despite the inclement weather. As always, a lot of kudos and thanks to the Bellwood family, as well as the Fenelon Falls and District Lions Club, and all the volunteers who brought the trucks, the cars, and the bike show to Fenelon again this year, and all the people that come with it to enjoy the time and also to engage in all that Fenelon Falls and area has to offer. Of course, I want to add my congratulations, Mayor, from Councillor Warren's presentation to the Fenelon Falls Horticultural Society. This is a group of individuals that plant plants and trees and pollinators and are putting ecology first. I drove down the main street a week or two ago, and there they were in the flower beds and the tree beds, tilling and weeding to make our main street look as wonderful as it does. So I really want to add my voice to the record officially for congratulations to all the volunteers in our Horticultural Society in Fenelon Falls. Last but not least, as the Mayor mentioned, coming up September 5th and 6th, Labor Day weekend, is the Kawartha Arts Festival, and it will be held at the Fenelon Fairgrounds. Local artists will be featured from Fenelon Falls, Ward 3, across the city of Kawartha Lakes and beyond. So if you're looking to enjoy some art, pick up some wonderful gift ideas, do be sure to drop by the Fenelon Fairgrounds that weekend as we celebrate more arts and culture in Ward 3 in Fenelon Falls. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll give a brief update on AMO As noted by Councillor Doble, myself, Councillor Warren, Councillor Doble, and the CAO, Ron Taylor, participated in AMO. We kicked it off with meeting with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, where we presented Minister Flack with a motion that we were united in asking that the province return to municipalities the balance of the I guess it's GST for the province. The feds give us back everything. The province gives us back everything but 1.76%. For Eastern Ontario, that would amount to $13 million that we could put into infrastructure. So we have asked them to consider doing that. We also, the Wardens Caucus is starting to work on the Eastern Ontario Transformation Action Plan, which strengthens the region's economic competitiveness, workforce, and investment readiness. We also met with Green Party leader Mike Schreiner to discuss challenges affecting Eastern Ontario. On the healthcare front, we met twice with Minister Sylvia Jones, who is also the Deputy Premier. The first time was on the paramedic file and asking that a qualified medical professional do a secondary triage on 911 calls, and this would allow the paramedics to properly stream where people should go. We also met as part of the health unit, supporting the health unit, Dr. Piggott and the chair and vice chair of the health unit, looking for the consolidation of the transition funding, and the health minister agreed to go away and look at that. The CAO and I also met with the Solicitor General to speak about funding for the Central East Correction Centre, which was removed a couple of years ago and is an onerous cost for our police service and for the city. The fire marshal was also there, and we spoke about the service life of fire trucks and the insurance implications, as well as opportunities for DZ licensing. The fire marshal agreed to take this under advisement and would be speaking with Chief Jones at a later date. On the front of the people who were there representing their industries, we took the opportunity to talk to Lumex Group, which is who oversees our airport here in Lindsay, and we discussed, the discussions included the potential for a future airport master plan and the role of the Kawartha Lakes Municipal Airport in supporting economic development and future growth. We also met with representatives of Enbridge Gas to discuss the ongoing Bob Cajun project and what expansion of natural gas would look like in Kawartha Lakes. And we met with representatives of VIA, who we'll hear from later, not via rail, but this is via a transportation company, and they are working with us on the transit master plan, and there is a presentation to council. So all in all, it was a very busy time. Over the 2.5 days, we met with a lot of people and interacted, and it was, I think, a productive meeting, and was very happy that we were able to be there. We saw several ministers and parliamentary assistants while we were there. Thank you. Moving on, is there anything from staff? Seeing nothing. We'll move in right into deputations, and our first deputation, 7.1, is investment in Kawartha Lakes tourism. We have Mr. Rennie Garza, David Ranch Resort, Inc., and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Mayor Doug Elmsley, City Council members, good afternoon. Maybe you're wondering what is a Mexican doing in Kawartha Lakes in the tourism sector. So that's the same question we ask ourselves as Mexicans when we receive each winter millions of Canadians. They go to the beach in Mexico for vacations. So Canadians and Mexicans, we have a long history of great relationship. Now the political climate, it's a great opportunity to join Mexico and Canada. So we have an international agreement, the CUSMA Treaty, that allows me to do investment here in Canada and also allows you to go to Mexico for vacations. So I want to talk a little bit about my background so you can know me better. I represent two companies, a tourism company, international, and an investment company. So a few years ago, I received an award from R20 organization, the Climate Change Action for Ecotourism. Also, I have 2 master degrees, one in ecotourism, two in ecotourism, and 1 master degree in international law. So I think I have the credentials to present this project. So in 2018, I bought some properties in Norland, on the north of Kawartha Lakes. It is 1,000 acres or a little bit more. And in the past, since 1960, it was a recreational park open to the public. It was Norland Cross Country Ski and Recreational Park. And nowadays, it operates like an outdoor sports club just for private members, but we want to open it to the public. So recently, a few weeks ago, we submitted an application for an amendment of use so we can have a private managed but open to the public recreational park so we can share this with the community. So it's very important that the community is involved already in this project. Some of our neighbors, they use the trail system. We have a private lake, they use it. Some of them, are involved on the payroll. Some of them are suppliers, but the comments that they gave us always, they're very positive. So I'm gonna explain in simple words the project. It's like a provincial park, where we want to offer to the public parking, showers, toilets. Everything is environmental. There are trailers, for example, the toilets, the showers. We want to offer snacks or beverage. It's important. We already invest in nature amenities. For example, 5 acres mini golf, archery, pump track, volleyball courts, activities on the lake for kids and teenagers. This is meant to be for educational and also for local tourism. So it's very important also that we want to offer to the public accommodations, luxury eco-camping. It's, we don't need any service from the city. We don't need hydro, for example. They work with solar panel and batteries, water tanks, waste tanks. We don't need a septic system. So we think the conservation and the preservation of nature and wilderness can go hand in hand with ecotourism and also with education. We want to share this also with the schools so they can have tournaments, they can enjoy a picnic day, the parents with the kids and the teachers, and we want to educate the kids about like Boy Scouts, the nature and the wilderness. We love Kawartha Lakes, it's beautiful. Maybe in a few weeks or months you will receive from the Committee of Adjustment this project. So we encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support and protect this project. I've been here for 10 years with a great citizens, and I think it will be a great project for the city of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd just like to stay there for a minute, and in case there are questions. First, I'll get a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. Questions? Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for coming today. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding completely, just looking for some clarity here. What exactly are you asking of council today?
No, it's just to meet you, and you met me, because maybe you heard rumors or comments. So it's just to present myself and the company I represent. It's just, you can know more about the companies and myself.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today. We have a motion, all in favor. And that's passed. Our next deputation is a request for a municipal resolution in support of a proposal submission for a hydroelectric plant on the Burnt River. Mr. Kent Randall, EcoVue Consulting, and Mr. Rick Kuiper, and I believe they're online.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Kent Randall. Some of you may know me. I'm with EcoVue Consulting. We're the land use planning firm, and we're assisting Prodigy Power with the necessary approval for a hydroelectric plant on the Burnt River near Kenhill. So just to give you some brief overview of Prodigy Power, they're the ones that are the applicants in this situation, and they're a company that was incorporated in 2016 with the purpose of building, owning, and operating power generation as a renewable fuel. The last 10 years, they've required asset acquisition, real estate development, and construction buildings. The principal of the company has been involved with hydro generation for over 40 years, and one of those principals is here today. It's Rick Kuiper, who's also online, and he's here to answer any questions that you might have about this project. What we're asking today is not approval in whole of this proposal, and I'll get to the proposal in just a moment. And council should have a PowerPoint presentation in their agenda packages. So you can follow along that presentation. I'll be going through it sort of slide by slide. What we're looking for right now is a municipal support resolution. So all this does is it enables the applicant to go through the procurement stage with IESO. So this is a renewable energy project under the LLT procurement process with IESO. You may have had other proposals for other renewables or battery storage and that sort of thing. So this is for hydroelectric plant renewable. And what this does is this just simply starts the process for Prodigy. And as I'll get to, there's a number of other approvals and studies and things that have to be done as this process moves along. And this sort of gives the initial blessing for the project to start and for the review of the site and technical review to begin. So the site is located just southwest of Kenmount. It's along, if you're going out of Kenmount towards Norland along Monk Road, the river bends there. The Monk Road bends towards the west. It's approximately 74 acres with about 1 kilometer of shoreline on the river. So the property itself is vacant. It's largely in a forested area. It's very rural. There are some rural residential uses nearby, but for the most part, it's a vacant rural area. And of course, the Burnt River is a prominent feature, and that's what's being used for the proposed hydroelectric facility. From a official plan standpoint, it's a rural designation. The zoning is the rural zone with some environmental protection zone there as well, which is associated with the Burton River floodplain and the water course that's located on the property. And then also the new rural zoning bylaw identifies it as agriculture, which is sort of a catch-all for the rural lands within the municipality. So what's proposed at this time is 3 megawatt run-of-the-river hydroelectric plant. Of course, to generate electricity to go back to the grid. The siting and the details of the plant are not yet set. And this is, like I said, this is sort of the beginning stages of the process. What we do know is that a typical plant of this nature would be about 1,600 square feet in terms of the powerhouse. And then there's various infrastructure that's associated with diverting water from the river to the powerhouse. So, and just to be clear, there's no damming that's associated with a facility like this. It just simply diverts the water through a canal and piping that will take it to the powerhouse structure. Also required there to be an access road from Monk Road. And so moving forward, this, like I said, the beginning stage, what we would need to do next is if there is a resolution of support, the applicants would go through the process of their detailed design or their study, actually at this point, the technical studies that would be required, not just in support of developing the site from an ISO perspective, but also in support of a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval with the city. And so the technical studies involved are environmental impact, hydrogeology, various engineering, civil engineering studies, like stormwater, that sort of thing. All of that's done in support of applications, future Planning Act applications, which the city would have oversight over. Of course, council is the approval authority for those applications. This whole process starting now is about a 5 to 7 year process. And that includes, all the regulatory approvals that are required, which I'll get to, and as well as the Planning Act approvals that are required. In terms of just briefly, in terms of land use planning framework, this is the use is something that is contemplated and permitted within the provincial planning statement as well as the City of Kawartha Lakes official plan. PPS does permit resource management in rural areas.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
I can, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I believe Mr. Kuipers is afforded 5 minutes. May I cut into that?
The 5 minutes is split between the two of you.
Okay.
I believe the deputy clerk indicated to you at the time of your approval of your deputation.
Okay. Okay. So what else to say in terms of in concluding is that this is the beginning stage. We're looking for simply municipal resolutions for principle. Planning Act application involves public consultation, and there is a community and indigenous engagement strategy that we'll be implementing if this moves forward. That's also separate from the Planning Act application process. So there's public consultation, indigenous consultation, all technical analysis, all that's to come as we hash out the details of the project. So just in conclusion, we're hoping that council can provide that municipal resolution and support at this point. And just to be clear, that this is not the final kick of the can that the council or the public will have in terms of reviewing this and providing their input. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay there for a couple of minutes, please. There may be some questions. And also, you might consider down the road, this sounds more complicated than a deputation, and you might approach the deputy clerk about doing a presentation which gives you more time. So okay. I'll deal with the questions right now. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And that's exactly where I was going. This is a very complicated project in front of us, and it should be given more than 5 minutes. What is the deadline on the IESO for submission?
The deadline is in November. Rick, do you know the exact date?
November 26th?
I believe it's 26th, yeah.
Okay, so that gives you some time. And another note, you talked about the technical studies, taking 5 to 7 years. What would be hypothetically a build out of a project of this proportion?
Through the mayor, so what are you asking? What would the scale of the build out be, or what would be the length of time for construction?
Both.
Perhaps Rick Piper can answer that. Rick, are you available to? You're muted. There you go.
It would take 1 year to build. Sorry, did you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and same as Councillor Richardson, there are like many questions that need to be answered before I feel comfortable doing a resolution, although, I think this is, amazing that hydroelectric plant on a river. I've actually never heard of that. We have one in Fenelon Falls, but that's over a falls, and I've seen it other places with falls. Where are some other developments like this in Canada and Ontario or the world?
Rick, perhaps you could.
Wow. Marmara, they're up and down the Trent River. Many places in Ontario. Niagara Falls, that's a small one. South River, I built 2 on the South River up near North Bay. There's many in Bracebridge, Aurelia. They're scattered throughout the province. Kingston, Ottawa has several. So I guess I hope that answers your question. But they're spread all around. The Ottawa River has many as well.
And just further, the Burnt River actually floods a lot. So how would that play into this development? Would it be better?
Do you want me to answer that, Kent?
Yeah, please, Rick.
There is a waterfall on our property. It's about 52 feet in height. It's spread over about 300 meters in length along the river. The river, yes, rivers do flood. They all flood. Power stations are generally built within the floodplain. They're built to withstand a flood. Flood doesn't disrupt them. They're built on bedrock, and they are secured in place. The water can rise on the outside of the building and not disturb the building whatsoever.
So would that impede people who live on the river during a flood event?
No, none whatsoever. There is no dam here. We will not be restricting the water flow. We have no ability to do that. It will just run its natural course.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I just answered my question whether it was a run-of-the-river power generation or if it was any sort of damming, but run-of-the-river is exactly what we just put in Norland for Councillor Warren's question about where there is one. And it works great in Norland, and there is a financial kind of bonusing back to the town of Norland every year. Up to $10,000 goes back to the community from the proceeds. So my question would be, I know it's the early stages, but has there been thought put into to giving back to the community any funds from the profits?
Are you asking me that, Councillor Yeo?
I'm asking anybody who would know.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, I think it's very premature to get into that topic. I think Norland, there is a dam there that they used, and I'm sorry, I forgot about that one. It's right in your backyard. There is an existing dam that belongs to the province or the county, or someone owns that dam. We will not have a dam in place. The tax revenue generally from hydro stations is quite high. And the province pays that directly to the town or township. We pay what's called a gross revenue charge, and which is a percentage of what we generate. That's how they tax us instead of property taxes. But the province does pay a great deal of taxes for these things.
Yes, and I understand that. We at the time, as councillor and the mayor, we negotiated with the company itself for a stipend paid back to the town of Norland, and in their generosity, they were good enough to do that. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. Thank you.
I think it's a little premature to get into that right now, Councillor Yo. I mean, we will go through all the hoops that we have to jump to build this and design and build. We've got literally 2-3 years that we have meetings with the council, we have meetings with the public, etc. And we have to apply, the Lakes and Rivers Improvement Act. We have to obtain a permit for them, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Ministry of Environment, etc. So there's lots of time. We have lots of time to be talking. This is just looking for us to move forward with the IESO on this next contract round.
Absolutely. And is it a 40-year program or?
This round has a 40-year contract, yes.
Yes, okay. And it's never too early to talk about community benefit. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, one more thing. We would put together a proper portage to go around the falls there for canoeists. I'm a canoeist and I know exactly how much trouble it is, but we would build a proper portage.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. It's not really a question, just a comment that we are going to see more and more of these mini hydroelectric power stations across the province. As we grow, we have to maximize our opportunity. We only have one Niagara Falls. That's done. So I remember reading 20 years ago about this coming to the fore. So really, it's about building them in the right place at the right time. I'll echo Deputy Richardson that we certainly need more information. So we need a presentation. We need the public to comment, and all that has to happen before I'm going to vote on any resolution. Sorry, yes? Sorry, threw me off there. I lost my train of thought now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I think I threw off Councillor Joyce's train of thought. I was just going to put on the floor about resolution is if we could ask staff for a follow-up on September 22nd, so we can at least make a decision on this based on the looming deadline.
So your motion is to receive and refer to staff for a report back on September 22nd. Is that a seconder? Okay. Anybody else? All in favor? And that passes. So what's going to happen is your deputation of today and the information you provided was received by council, and they've referred it back to staff for staff to come back on September 22nd with a recommendation on on a resolution. So you will know September 22nd.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I wasn't aware that there was an option for, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm a lowly planner. I'm used to statutory public meetings and not delegation. I wasn't aware that there was a presentation option available. Is there any opportunity for us to provide that at that meeting as well?
Yes, if you get in touch with the deputy clerk, she will be happy to tell you how you may go about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Moving on to 7.3, we have Mr. Matthew Pekoski and Mr. Andrew Harper talking about elevated development charges. And you gentlemen have 5 minutes between you. Anytime you want to start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for hearing us today. Before Matt gets through the details here, I just wanted to share with you, with the project that we have in front of us here, it's now over budget and over schedule, and I just want to share with you what we feel the impact is to the community. The bulk of our customers, over 80% in this area in Kawartha Lakes, of our farmers are small to medium based on what industry would classify them as. The facilities that we're looking at building here are going to support those businesses. They don't have the means to build the facilities to store these products themselves. A lot of large farmers do, but the small, medium size just do not. And so we need to build these facilities for us to have the products here on time for the short schedule we have in spring for them to put the crops in the ground. So Matt's going to go through the details here. I just wanted to share with you the reason we have to move forward with this as a business, and I think we have to move forward with this to support the community and the farmers here in this community.
Thank you, Andrew. Your Worship, Mayor Elmsley, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. After hearing firsthand some of the economic pressures and challenges faced with operating and leading our agricultural supply business, I'd like to speak to my personal involvement and efforts in securing and supplying these critical inputs to our ag producers in the city of Kawartha Lakes. It's just clear now we're not here to debate the merits of a development charge. We're here to address a flawed planning process that has directly impeded our ability to serve our customers and supply the agricultural community throughout the city of Kawartha Lakes. My direct involvement in the agricultural community and agribusiness sector in this area predates the timeline supplied in your yellow envelope package. Our efforts to build and establish strong agricultural business in the city of Kawartha Lakes is part of a long-standing commitment to serving this area, including my direct representation for more than 10 years on the Ag Development Advisory Board here in the city of Kawartha Lakes. As the timeline of events demonstrates, in 06-07, we acquired a 7-acre property at 2134 Little Britain Road from Doug Plant. The initial capital investment by a joint venture business and myself, Agrico Canada, was made specifically to establish a modern fertilizer and crop input supply retail in the city of Kawartha Lakes. A first of its kind, on-time storage, as my cohort led to, leading agronomic advice and on. A merger between this agribusiness and Alliance AgriTurf joint venture happened in 2016. And it was instrumental in providing the capital, the people, and the leadership necessary to continue advancing and developing our operations here. Those facts help explain why in August of 2020, it was so important that we got the remaining 3.5 acres developed. And why it's so important today that we can provide a necessary logistics and supply operation for our growers for this early as spring as 2027. Alliance AgriTurf was the first to introduce a declining weight volumetric blending technology, allowing local producers to receive customer fertilizer blends tailored to their soil and crop requirements with a 99.9% accuracy. Today we are also first to deliver a biological delivery system that will actually improve phosphorus efficiency between the soil and plants, helping producers deal with the high cost of phosphates and the environmental impacts of phosphates here in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Kind of timely that you had the environmental awards earlier today. And lots of talk, obviously, about your support of agriculture in the area. I think what I hope this demonstrates is our level of commitment and our dedication that Alliance AgriTurf and our team of employees has shown to this community in the city of Kawartha Lakes. I will leave here today truly believing I've done everything in my power and skill to do what is best for our agricultural producers here in the city of Kawartha Lakes, for my partners, my employees within Alliance AgriTurf, and also to uphold the high standards of engineering requirements and the responsible practices expected as a member of this community. One final fact I believe is important for council council to consider. I received 4 separate communications from the clerk's office outlining the procedures and responsibilities for today's presentation before council. That's as much correspondence in a short period of time compared to the 6 years I've been working to obtain a site plan amendment within the city of Kawartha Lakes. I think that contrast speaks to itself. Thanks for your consideration here today.
If you stay there just for a few minutes. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the deputation and providing the timeline of events, recognizing an opportunity to read through this and recognizing there's some gaps and whatnot. And for us to make a decision, obviously, we need to speak to staff. I was wondering, with the build that you're projecting to build, how long would that building sustain for what you're talking about right now for the future of Kawartha Lakes with your small and medium farmers? Like, is it something that will encompass everything now, or will it need another expansion in the future again?
No, this is the final development in our capital. So as we had capital available to us to go, this is the final stage for that 7-acre property. So this is we're looking 30 years out.
Perfect, thank you, and I appreciate that answer too, because you know, we do recognize the importance of agriculture in our community and what you're doing. Like I said, I probably will put a resolution on the floor to ask staff to bring back a report, hopefully September 22nd as well, for us to make a decision.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you too, Matt. I just want to thank you for coming. I know we've worked together, even sometimes it takes a little while to get things done, even on the residential side, like where you live there in Ward 6, and this business is a great business in Ward 7. And you do have a really good niche market as well for the small and medium farmer who really needs your business, and they need it to expand. And like, you've been on the agriculture, you know, agriculture and the related value that it has. It's approaching $500 million now, the agriculture, the primary farmers and the agribusinesses. So certainly here to support you there. Hopefully we can get this on its way for you there. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
So, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Richardson covered everything adequately for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Is this time sensitive?
Yeah, yes, thank you for the question. It is very time sensitive. So for the issue with getting the sign plan amendment, we were hoping would have been well served and dealt with by today. It's the building permits that are very time sensitive in order to get a foundation and a building constructed so that it can receive the product. We need to receive product by November here of 2026 to secure and have that in place. Obviously, you're well aware of the issues in the Strait of Hormuz and the Ukraine war over there. Many of our inputs come from international sources. And so there's 60 and 90 day international vessel delivery timelines. And so November would be the time that we would need to receive and put product in a secure warehouse.
So, if you get a building permit, how long is it going to take you to build this building though? Like if you're saying November, we're running out of time here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the time sensitiveness to this. Go ahead, Andrew.
The buildings are bought and supposed to be delivered September 1st. So the process lagging and the costs that have been associated with this time, it's becoming too much. And so my opening remarks, Matt did a great job to follow up, but we've had this plan and this process moving for quite some time. And so the holdup, like most farmers only get to plant 30 crops. We don't work by quarters, we work by seasons. So whatever we don't get done here, we're holding up production in this area for next summer.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity on that. To Andrew's point, we are a little unique. You guys are well familiar with agriculture, but we do 48% of our volume in business in 15 days. So, and that obviously mimics the planting season. So that is the issue of timeliness. I appreciate all things there. So, but yeah, that really is the issue staring at us, and it's the issues that we keep running into. Great, thank you.
Councillor Warren.
For you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wondered if the Director of Planning would like to comment. Oh, it's a deputation, well, yeah.
I don't believe she has any comments at this time. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. If there's no other questions at this time, I think we should receive it, and based on the information presented today, the background considerations should be come back to council, so there's, you know, available options that we can look into. So September 22nd, council meeting.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McDonald? Anybody else? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
And it will come back on September 22nd. Okay? Moving on to 7.4, which is a request for no parking zone on West Street North in Fenelon Falls. And I believe we have Miss Debbie Branitis, and I believe she's online. Are you there?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. You have 5
Sorry.
minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. I appreciate the time to be able to bring our concerns. We live in a small street in Fenelon Falls. We've been here since the 70s, and we have all the condominiums, the townhomes right in front of our homes now. We're dealing with other things that are going on, but the main thing right now we're finding is people are parking across the street from where we live. So a lot of the times people are coming and making U-turns in my driveways. We finally got a notice saying no U-turns. I did ask the builder at one point if they could put an entrance sign on their driveway, because that way people would not miss where they need to go in. But now they're bringing, boats, there's campers, there's trailers, there's hot tubs, and they're there for many days. Some of them are there for over a week at times. And it disrupts us because your dogs are barking every time they come, with a boat or something like that, and they're working on it, they're going back and forth. It's just interrupting our way of living as well. I mean, this is just the major thing right now. So that's my concern. And starting now, it's been there for about 2 years, 2.5 years. It just seems to be more and more cars. There's some that have been there for a week, coming back and forth constantly, just parking there. Like it's very annoying.
Thank you. Just stay there for a few minutes. I will tell you, I drive by that street twice a day. I've never seen a car parked on it. But that doesn't say that they're not there when I'm not there. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Brandis, for the deputation today and coming. I know this street well. In terms of the maintenance and the parking and a few other issues, and I'm willing to work with the Deputy Mayor in terms of bringing this forward through city channels. And Ms. Brandis, if it's okay with you, I'll reach out to you later this week and we can talk about this more and how we can work together on the issue.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to receive? Councillor? No.
No?
Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for coming today. Moving on to 7.5, we have Mr. David Peters about flooding on Kenhill Beach Road.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Mr. Mayor.
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you for having me here. I'm here representing my neighbors, some of them sitting over here to my right. And we are on Kenhill Beach Road, situated on the south side of Sturgeon Lake. And if you've got it in your package, you've got a map there that shows sort of topographical lines. And we have a drainage area that is in excess of 50 hectares that fields and a hill that drain down to the lake and have to go under or over Kenhill Beach Road. And we had a project there, So for many years, there being overland flooding, especially during the spring melt, with frozen fields and steady rain. And championed by our councillor Ron Ashmore, the City Council provided a remediation project that was completed in 2024. However, across the road flooding with damage to homes continues to occur. The 2024 project did not deliver the needed results. In the past 2 years, 50% of the homes on Kenhill Beach Road experienced overland flooding, and 7 homeowners experienced water into buildings or damage to infrastructure. So the background, as mentioned, flooding in spring melts and steady rain events has occurred multiple times in past years, often exacerbated by frozen ground, partially frozen pipes, culverts, and ditches full of snow. Council's remediation project budget in 2024 had a $750,000 set aside, and some $350,000 of this was spent on flood prevention efforts in 2024, as far as we can tell. That work included new culverts along the south side of the road, new and deepened swales on the south side of the road to bring the water from the back lots in the farmer's field into the ditches. And and we also had a new pipe under the road at the east end. It's worth noting that capacity to transport water under the road to the lake was not addressed. At present, there are 4 pipes currently carrying water under the road from the south side of the lake, to the lake, 1 in each of the 4 drainage areas in the road. So our assessment is flooding persists on the street. Over the road flooding in 2025 and 2026 resulted in greater than $75,000 spent on remediation damages and on damage mitigation projects to prevent it in the future. After a flood-related claim changes to one homeowner's insurance policy, have other homeowners on the street concerned that similar changes may happen with their insurance policies. In this case, flood damages were capped at $10,000 and the deductible increased to $2,000. So that's kind of disconcerting. Diversion of water from the area to the east, this is the Cedar Glen Maple Grove Road subdivision or area, to the eastern end of Kenhill Beach Road continues to exacerbate some of the over-road flooding at this location. 4 of the new pipes on the south side of the road have also, these were the ones installed in 2024, have lifted slightly, resulting in undermining, damage to paved driveways, and reduced drainage. So if you look at one of the pictures, the first picture is at 11 Kenhill Beach Road, and you can see on the right-hand side, there's water coming around the foundation of the house as it makes its way down to the lake. And also there's a picture looking east along the road, and you can see the ditches on the south side are flooded, and there's water crossing the road, and that's at the start of Kenhill Beach Road. On the next page, we have flooding at 49 Kenhill Beach Road, and the first picture on the top right is water coming down off the hill and hitting a paved area and missing altogether the ditch and culvert going to the lake on the right side of that rock. And you can see what happens there to the house, and the house has been flooded twice, once in 2025 and once in 2026, with all that water in the front yard. And then the next page is further along the road at 61 Kenhill Beach Road, and you can see water streaming down off the hill, flooding the ditches and coming across the road down someone's driveway, and impacting both 61 and 63 houses. The next one happens to be my house at 71 Kenhill Beach Road, and we take the lion's share of the water coming off of the hill, and it goes through a riprap ditch, and as you can see, there's a pipe under the ditch. Well, there is a pipe under the ditch and a manhole in our lawn, and that works most of the time, but it didn't work very well on April 24th as it overpowered the culvert and came down my swale to the side of my house and to the side of the boathouse and into the lake. And luckily, the swale had just enough volume to take that amount of water without flooding the house. So we do have some recommendations for council. We encourage the council to undertake a study to determine the cause of the continued flooding and then create a solution or solutions to eliminate overland flooding on Kenhill Beach Road. We request the following suggestions be part of the solution, not all of it. We need to have the ditches, pipes, routinely monitored and routinely cleared of snow, and the ditches steamed of ice, especially during when a thaw or a rain is forecast in the springtime typically. Promptly address homeowner requests for clearing ditches and steaming of frozen block pipes. And that's an example within 24 hours of request, because if there's a flood and ditches are plugged, it's going to be coming all over the road and probably into people's houses. We should also eliminate water diversion from another area, which is this Cedar Glen, Maple Grove Road area, to going into our drainage system. We have enough to handle. And some of the work from 2024 needs to be repaired. I don't know if that can be done under warranty or not. Some of the pipes have heaved and no longer operate as fully intended. So thank you very kindly for your attention, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, David and neighbors, for coming. Just a question on the write-up here in your presentation. So basically, there's 3 communities that are merging in together in this whole watershed. That's what we really didn't anticipate, I guess. And also, did you find that the concrete, there's more concrete pads being poured on the other side of the street, and that eliminates a lot of the drainage potential? Did that really cause a lot more issues as well? Like as more people, build structures on the south side of the road, and then you don't have that green area for drainage, for absorption.
So in my area, no. I paved my driveway, but it's minuscule compared to the amount of water coming down the side, right? I can handle that. But along the other sides, to the east of House 61, there's a swale that was created, and it goes right down into the ditch, and then there's a pipe going under the road there. And that swale was working, but 20 feet or 30 feet to the west, it created, in that rainstorm, it created another swale. And that was the one that had impact on House 61 and 63. And then if you go down to 49, there was a swale there. I don't know who created it or whatever, and probably Alan would be able to answer better. But that water came down and didn't go into the ditch. It went across the road down his driveway and caused flooding on his house. So, it's every area is slightly different because of the 4 drainage areas on the street. But I don't think that was a major thing. I mean, when I say 50 hectares, that's a lot of land that has water on it, especially when it's frozen and it melts and you get some rain. That came down like crazy. I literally, that morning on April 14th, I was going about my business and happened to look out the window and went, holy. And then I got out there and we got sandbags out and stuff like that to divert it in the right direction. So it happened so quickly. I was very surprised.
Want to give me a motion to receive? And
yeah, a motion to receive and report back to staff, perhaps, and they can
refer to staff.
Refer to staff.
Report back first quarter.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Doble.
Thank you kindly.
All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Let's do correspondence, and then we'll take a short break and get into presentations. So we have a correspondence from Mr. Randy Neals, the draft 2026 Regional Transit Master Plan relating to item 9.4 on the agenda. Can I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Joyce and Councillor Doble. All in favor? And that passes. Let's take till 2:45. Meeting back to order. Next up is item 9.1, and it's our own Dr. Emily Turner doing a presentation on Heritage Designation Strategy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right, I have been instructed by the clerk's office to keep this snappy, so I'm timing myself up here, so I will move this along. All right, so I'm really excited to introduce our Heritage Designation Strategy to Council today. This has been a couple years in the making, and it's a really nice, I would say, bookend to the heritage program that's been happening and accelerating very rapidly over this term of council. So just to give a little bit of background, we've been designating properties since the late 1970s. The Village of Fenelon Falls has that honor of being having our first designated property at Maryborough Lodge. And since that time period, Kawartha Lakes, its predecessor municipalities, have been designating properties in fits and starts. We haven't had a strategy. We've gotten owner requests. We've had requests from council, sometimes from our heritage committees. So there really has been no overarching direction in terms of how we do this. New capacity was created for this with staffing, that would be me, in 2019. And so since that time, our heritage program has accelerated, but we're at a point where we need some strategic direction so that we have a very clear and transparent way of how we're doing this. Our Municipal Heritage Committee, which is a very active committee of council, it does some great work, they identified the creation of a strategy as a priority with the end of the Bill 23 response period and the designation of listed properties. That ends in 2027, so our committee really wanted to have a strategy in place before we went over that edge of what the province has told us to do for the past number of years. This is supported by direction in the Provincial Planning Statement. In 2024, one of the new policies that was added into the PPS was the encouragement of municipalities to create strategies for designating properties. And so this was identified in the 2025 and 2026 Heritage Committee work plans. So you'll have seen this in that work plan report previously, and this is that item coming to fruition. So where we're at really has to do, in a large part, with Bill 23. So our designation program has accelerated substantially from the passage of Bill 23 in 2022 and the loss of listing as a protection tool. In early 2023, priority sequence was authorized by council to address listed properties, but this was really just a stopgap to figure out what we were doing to address provincial direction. Throughout the past several years, we've had a significant uptick in interest and public engagement with designation, which is great, but it means that we need something more robust. So as we transition out of our Bill 23 response period, we're aiming to transition into this new period where we have a strategic document to guide us. There's significant legislative and policy background behind this. I won't go into it in great detail. The Heritage Act is clearly our main piece of legislation, alongside the Provincial Planning Statement and the Kawartha Lakes Official Plan. We have a number of existing strategic frameworks that also support the development of a designation strategy, including our overarching city strategic plan, our economic development strategy, and our cultural master plan, which itself is currently undergoing a review and update. Right now on the heritage front, instead of having an overarching heritage strategy that covers all aspects of heritage planning, we have a number of smaller strategic documents which are intended to address more specifically the different areas where heritage interacts with municipal operations. So these include our heritage inventory framework, our cultural heritage landscape strategy, our heritage conservation district strategy, and our archaeological management plan. So this strategic document is intended to round out those strategic documents that we have to guide our heritage planning program. So we decided to undertake the strategy in-house with a key role for the Municipal Heritage Committee as local heritage leaders who understand what their communities want to see in terms of advancing heritage in Kawartha Lakes. We began brainstorming exercises with the committee in 2025, with public consultation launched in 2026. And drafts of the strategy were developed and reviewed throughout the spring of this year as well. We had a really great response to public engagement for this particular project. We had in-person engagement sessions in January and March of 2026, as well as a jump-in survey with 138 responses. Many of the responses that we received were very long. People gave us a lot of really great information, and that has helped us to guide where the strategy is going based on what individuals who have participated in the public engagement have told us they want to see with heritage in our community. We had really positive response to having a strategy, to the intention of the strategy, and to heritage designation in general. So this was a really great public engagement process where we got really good feedback that is now in the document in your agenda package. So what we heard at a high level through the public engagement was broad support for the new strategic document, a desire to balance growth and heritage preservation as Kawartha Lakes grows and we see new development happening in our communities, support for increased community and property involvement and support, both from a staff resourcing perspective as well as from a financial standpoint. There is a desire for a proactive heritage designation strategy as opposed to just responses to demolitions or sort of crises within the community. People want to see the city taking proactive steps to designate and protect properties. And there was an overall consensus that heritage designation was important for the community to help preserve the things that make Kawartha Lakes as a whole unique, as well as the individual communities within the city. So just looking at the current status of our heritage designation program, we currently have 141 Part 4 designated properties. Those are your individual designated properties as opposed to those in our Heritage Conservation District, which is a whole different conversation. Right now, with our current staff capacity, we're able to undertake 6 to 10 designations per year. So that number can go up fairly rapidly. And as you'll see, we always have different designations at different stages of the process. Even in this particular agenda package, there's 2 properties in different stages of the designation process. Right now, we're wrapping up our response to Bill 23, as the province has said that response period will end at the end of 2026. However, we'll continue the designation of listed properties, but in alignment with the strategy. We're currently building a robust data set from our Heritage Inventory project, which has been going on since 2022. That has been significantly aided through the UnCanada Works program, where we've received funding to hire interns who have essentially done that for the past couple of years. We have several thousand data points within our Heritage Inventory, and it's growing all the time. So that will form a very large and useful data set to address next steps in our designation program. All right, so within the strategy itself, there are 4 priority areas, which I'm going to go through at a very high level, and I'm not going to talk about each action item, but I'll give you the Coles Notes summary. So our first priority is around priorities for designation. So one of the items that we had discussed with the Heritage Committee as well as with the community is how we identify what the priorities for designation are. So through our public survey in particular, the community identified key themes and types of buildings that it would like to see the city focus on. It identified that it would like to work more closely with community organizations to span the scope of Kawartha Lakes, as well as to identify and protect properties under threat of demolition. We also talked about where that data is going to come from, so we're not just grabbing properties off the street, and that is tied into our existing Heritage Inventory program, which has been very successful over the past 4 years. Our second priority is around public engagement and education. So we've had a great increase in public engagement over the past 4 years through the Bill 23 response, but there's a consistent desire from the community to see more public engagement, both with individuals, with property owners, as well as with our community organizations, including historical societies, local community groups, museums, service clubs, who have a lot of insight into the community. So through this priority, we're working to create more opportunities for public engagement, as well as to develop strategies to work more directly with heritage property owners to support the designation process, as well as designated properties once they're designated. Our third priority is around capacity. So this is something that was discussed quite a bit, particularly with the Heritage Committee. So we currently have 1 full-time staff member, me. We have our committee, which is awesome, but they're volunteers. And we have a contract, which hopefully we'll continue to have, but it is funded through the federal government. So it's not full-time and it's not consistent. So in looking at capacity, we wanted to look at what we had existing and building up that. within the scope of this particular strategy. So this includes support capacity building for the Municipal Heritage Committee, as well as continue to explore what those funding opportunities, internships, and co-op opportunities might look like to bring in young professionals, emerging professionals, and students to support our program. And the last one is funding. When this strategy was initially discussed, funding was not one of the things that I had originally earmarked. However, this is a huge community priority to think about how we support and lead heritage preservation in the community. We currently have heritage conservation grants through our CIP program. This is something that the community consistently wanted to continue and supports having these sorts of programs. However, some key areas were identified as maybe needing some additional exploration and discussion. So through this priority, there's a commitment to explore what some other funding opportunities might be, which may include buildings occupied by nonprofits and museums, which currently do not have capital grants related to heritage through the city, as well as the development of a heritage property tax relief program. One thing I will flag on this, which I'll flag again when we talk about funding and operations, is that these priorities are around exploration of these ideas, what they will look like, and require significantly more discussion to implement on the budget and capacity side of things before they can be given the green light. So exploring those is a big part of what will happen when this strategy is implemented. And financial and operational impacts. So, as I mentioned in the last slide, the adoption of the strategy doesn't commit council to specific budgetary allocations. There are certainly items within the strategy that will have budgetary implications, but those will be presented to council either through a separate staff report or through the annual budget process. Several action items, as I mentioned, are dealing with funding programs. Some of these, like the CIP program, is existing but will be renewed, while others are new funding programs that the city may want to explore. The other item is around staff capacity. There are staff capacity limitations within this program, and they may need to be addressed in terms of the strategy's action items, in terms of how and who some of these programs will be implemented by, and how they fit within the existing heritage planning portfolio. All right, so our next steps are adoption of the strategy, which is in front of you today, development of an implementation plan in consultation with the Municipal Heritage Committee, which is anticipated to happen through winter 2025. So that will include identifying what our priorities are, how will we report out, what sequence we will do some of these actions in, where they'll sit within the city, all those sorts of fun implementation items. And through 2027, we'll start that transition from the Bill 23 response towards strategy implementation. One thing I will flag with council is that unlike many of the strategies that you receive, this one doesn't have a timeline on it. So we often receive 5 or 10-year strategies, and I specifically haven't put that on here. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is heritage designation has been going on for 50 years, and I don't want to do a 50-year strategy for this. It's changed a lot over those years, but because designation is controlled very much at a provincial level, it changes frequently. We want to make sure that this strategy is flexible, it can change. The province is currently undergoing something called a heritage transformation framework, so we may have some big upheaval in the heritage space over the next 3 to 5 years. So in doing so, I've intentionally haven't put a time period on this, as it's entirely possible that I'll be back here in 2 years revisiting this because the province will have changed the game. So I just wanted to flag that with council so you're aware. But I think we've had some really great feedback in the strategy. Our public engagement has been very strong, and our Municipal Heritage Committee is certainly excited to get going on this, move into our next phase of heritage designation at the city, and protect the assets that are important to our community. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Questions and comments. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Turner. I got 2 questions here, and that is there a peer-reviewed, heritage-type peer-reviewed journal that you out there that you subscribe to at all?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. I mean, there's I guess there's stuff coming through the National Trust. There's a lot of academic ones as well. There's some more international ones, but yes, they do exist.
The reason I ask is there's, like my limited search, all I found was one University of Montreal document talking about, there's this perception that a heritage designation reduces the property value. And in fact, it showed it, in some cases, increases the property value. So there's a perception out there, and I'm just wondering, you know, as you move forward with this, have an education piece to the public, that's a false perception, but we need the science behind it to back it up. So that's, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, yes. So I've read that study as well. There's some older ones through the University of Waterloo, and there's similar studies from international examples, which I think are less helpful in the Ontario context, but those do exist. And yes, educating the public on those sorts of items is one of the things through that public engagement and education piece that I'd like to see, and our Municipal Heritage Committee would like to see, a greater focus on going forward.
Sounds good, thank you. Because, you know, I'm supportive of this because it's our culture, it's our heritage, and we lose these buildings, we lose our culture piece by piece if we don't save these, save the heritage buildings. My second question is, the exploration of a heritage property tax relief program, I like the idea, is a multi-year process. Can't we tighten that up?
I think probably our chief financial officer would also say no on this, but I'll tell you how a heritage property tax relief program works. So I've run and implemented one in another municipality, and so there's a few big items that need to be addressed. The first are the budgetary considerations, so how that works within our long-term budget planning. The second is staffing. These programs are staff heavy to run. They take a lot of time. So the question in terms of who's going to do it and how they're going to, you know, do that in their day-to-day. Is it going to be me? Do we need additional capacity to run that? There's interaction on those programs between sort of legal, our budget and financial team, as well as the heritage team. There's a lot of moving pieces in those. So within the programs that I've worked in previously, it's probably taken 2 to 3 years to set the program up. There are a lot of considerations, as well as, you know, who's eligible. Yeah, it's a huge process to do that. It's very much possible. And I've worked on one before, I know how to do it, but it does take a lot of time, just because there's a lot of moving pieces in terms of creating those programs. There also has to be space in the budget, and that's, I think, the big question in terms of whether or not a program like that is feasible given our current budget pressures and what council's priorities are.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you through you. Thank you, Dr. Turner, for this. We all know how important this strategy is to put in place. I know how busy you are. I think all of us see how many reports a year you put in. I'm wondering, with some of these changes, when you're looking at how it's affecting property owners and the community, is it more than one full-time heritage planner's position?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it probably is. So looking at our designation strategy, in order to do the build heritage part of this portfolio, you can do it with one person and the occasional Young Canada Works intern or student and some general administrative support. The heritage planning portfolio itself is much larger than the designation program. There is the built heritage area, there's archaeology, as well as the Indigenous sort of lands and resources consultation, with a number of strategies that kind of feed into this program, probably in a completely unsustainable way. I think over the next probably 3 to 5 years, there will need to be some discussion around staffing capacity for the heritage planning program, where those different aspects sit, who's doing stuff, how many people are required. Those are some conversations that have been had at a very high level, but there are some other strategies like the reconciliation strategy, which is also running through this position, which are coming in Q2 next year, which will have, I think, some more discussion around what the capacity in this position specifically looks like.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's pretty obvious when you're reading through this, just, you know, looking at the different workloads and what they're asking us to do, and just the different interpretations that we've all seen just in the last few years with the change in the bill. One follow-up question: what changes should we expect short term?
In the short term, and this is something that is on a priority for me as well as our Municipal Heritage Committee, is as we develop our implementation plan, we would like to launch some more public education on designation and start looking at our community saying, are there people who are interested in having their properties designated? Are there properties that should be designated and aren't? So throughout 2027, I'd like to see a much larger, I would say, public information campaign to launch this off, shift some of our designations. Bill 23 pushed us very much into a reactive mode on designations, which is not ideal. That's not the best way of doing things. So now that we're transitioning out of that sort of period of provincial response, I'd like to shift this more towards a proactive, let's get out there, let's identify those buildings, let's have some big community consultation on this, so we can continue designating important buildings with the community support behind us.
Bingo, thank you very much. I think like we've all said that with Bill 23, we're basically playing catch up. And now we actually have the opportunity to educate and get more people on board to what is actually happening. So thank you very much.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks very much for the strategy. I just want to commend you on all the work that was echoed around the table this afternoon. I guess I just had one point in terms of, and I know that you and your office are committed to Indigenous inclusion, partnership, collaboration, and reconciliation. I'm just looking here at the document, and I noticed when I was looking through it, there's really only one reference to Indigenous peoples, and that is in what the community said. And so I'm heartened that the community flagged that there should be strong support for the preservation of Indigenous history as well as early settlement, transportation, and local waterways. Just two things to flag. One, it isn't simply Indigenous history. Indigenous people haven't gone anywhere. So it would be Indigenous present as well. And also, will there be more purposeful reflection of the unique considerations of Indigenous culture and heritage within the strategy itself, and notices for collaboration and consultation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, so in looking at the Indigenous history and presence, as you mentioned, piece, it fits very much into sort of the three strategies. So the reconciliation, the heritage designation, and the archaeology. One of the reasons why it hasn't been discussed too much in the strategy, which has been kept very much at a high level, is many of the, I would say, Indigenous historic sites in Kawartha Lakes have sensitive archaeological sites associated with them. So they require, I would say, a very different approach than, say, designating City Hall, which is here, and everyone's like, great, it's here, wonderful. Whereas we have a lot of Indigenous sites which are protected through Part 6 of the Ontario Heritage Act as opposed to Part 4. And have some very different legislative background to them than, protecting a Victorian house or commercial building. We've been in consultation with the Williams Treaties First Nations, particularly through our reconciliation strategy, and where the decision based on that strategy, as well as our cultural master plan and this one, which are all kind of playing out at the same time, was to explore the history of Indigenous people and their current presence through the reconciliation strategy more broadly, as opposed to the heritage designation or cultural master plan. And part of that was to allow for the more robust consultation that's happening through the reconciliation strategy. Knowing what's coming through that, there are going to be recommendations from that strategy around the the preservation and celebration of Indigenous heritage within Kawartha Lakes. But because that one is not done yet and needs huge amounts more consultation than something like this, it was premature to have some really in-depth discussion around the designation of Indigenous sites without finishing that strategy and the final engagement that was going through that one.
Thank you for that. And I would just encourage you with that often in documents such as these, they are documents that make Indigenous people disappear or haven't been represented, often unintentionally, but still by record. And so high-level inclusion with others is an excellent place for Indigenous people's inclusion as well. And not just in some plans, but everyone else tends to be represented in a lot of different plans. as should our Indigenous Métis and Inuit residents, and acknowledgement of their history and presence as well. And I'll just commend that to your consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive the presentation. All in favor? And that's passed. And Emily, if you'd stay there, we also have a report, ED 2026-020, associated with this presentation. And we need to receive that, and also that the heritage designation strategy is outlined in Appendix A to report ED 2026-020 be approved. Deputy Mayor Richardson, is there a seconder? Councillor Joyce, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Joyce?
I'm afraid I jumped the gun and already did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else want to talk to it? Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And there you go, Emily, you're off the hook. Moving on, item 9.2 is the 2026 operating budget status update presentation, and I believe our Chief Financial Officer is doing that. Whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make sure this is working. Okay, that is. Thank you. All right, I'm here to present to you our second quarter variance analysis for the 2026 operating budget on the tax-supported side of our business. So we won't be talking about water, wastewater today, although I'm happy to try to answer questions about that if there are any. I can just assure you that water, wastewater is in very good shape, so there's not a huge need to talk about it today. So the agenda is pretty succinct. We'll first present to you the results of the variance analysis. We'll talk a little bit about the forecasted budget pressures for year end, and particularly the deficit that is forecasted for the year end. And then we'll talk a little bit about the budget efficiencies that Council directed staff to find through the budget in an amount of about $7.6 million. So this is the main summary chart that you'll find in the report. It gives the variance analysis for Q2 by department. And essentially what we do, it's a pretty straightforward exercise. We just look at what was the budget for the year, what is the actual spend as of June 30th, and what is the percentage of the budget that actual spend represents. And typically for most areas, you would think that would be about 50%, right? We're halfway through the year. We should be about 50% spent on our expenses. We should be at about 50% on our revenues. And so then overall, we should be at 50% on the entire budget. And you'll see what this chart shows is that based on current results, we would be forecasting a deficit of about $10.7 million. Now, I have a couple of reasons why I think that number is probably a little bit on the high side. A bit later in the presentation, but certainly we are trending towards deficit territory for the end of the year, and I'll be pleased to share with you some mitigation strategies that we're thinking about right now. And maybe what I'll do is I'll take a moment to pause there to talk to you a little bit about variance reporting. So you'll probably recall that this hasn't been done for some time with Council. It's been sort of done informally at the staff level and maybe working with departments, but not really so much at this public level, and certainly not with Council. And so with the restructuring that has occurred in corporate services and finance in particular, we're now able to get this kind of reporting back to Council and to make it a regular part of our business now, so that Council is aware of what's going on with our finances before year end. And in fact, one of the reasons for doing that is so that we have a much better opportunity to try to mitigate any issues that we see coming up midway through the year. This is the same summary, but cut the other way. So now instead of looking at department, we look at object. So we look at type of expense or type of revenue. And I know I appreciate the bottom of the slide's a bit cut off there on the screen, but it will show the exact same forecasted deficit of $10.7 million. And as I mentioned, it looks at both revenues and expenses, so we can see how we're doing on those two respects. Next, we'll look at a few of the more significant objects that are in the budget. So first up is salaries and wages, because they do represent about 40% of our total spend, so certainly an area that we want to look at. You'll see that we're right on target at 50% in this area. You'll also see there's quite a bit of variance from department to department. And there's certain reasons for that. Some positions that are vacant have been not hired yet, so there's been some gap in some cases, and then in other cases there's some front loading of expenses because things like CPP and EI tend to be front loaded in the year as opposed to back loaded. So those are some of the reasons why you see some variances, but it is nice to see that at least overall we're at the 50% mark. Contracted services is another significant category that we'd like to highlight here. Overall, we're a little heavy in this area, but it's not too concerning because in a number of cases, the cost of the contracted services is front loaded again in the year. So things like certain IT expenses we know occur in the very early part of the year, and then they don't reoccur until the next year. And so that has a tendency to front load the expense. We are seeing some pressure in the fleet area of public works when it comes to contracted services. So we'll talk a little bit more about that towards the end of the presentation. Another category that we wanted to highlight for you is tax revenues. You'll see that we're doing fairly well there at 57% of the budget projection. And again, we'll keep monitoring this to see how it goes. We are a little bit behind on our supplemental taxes, but we do have some information that suggests that that area will improve for the balance of the year. And so we'll be pleased to see that happen when we conduct our Q3 report. And then the last object that I wanted to summarize for you is user fees. And again, this table is in the report like all those other ones. You'll see that we're a little bit behind on user fees at 47% instead of the expected 50%. And as well, there's quite a bit of variation within the departments themselves. And again, we have some reason to believe that this is going to catch up a little bit. So for instance, perhaps in engineering and corporate assets, we know that the DAP fees are probably going to increase substantially with a large application coming in, and some other areas too that are perhaps going to acquire some additional user fees. Not too alarming at all. 47% is not that bad, but certainly something for us to keep our eye on. And it is a bit of a prelude to something that I know staff is looking to do in 2027, which is to have a comprehensive review of our user fees to make sure that they're appropriate, they're competitive, that they're recovering the right amount of cost based on the service involved. And so I hope that's something that we'll be able to share with you next year. Okay, so on to our forecasting. So what we've done is we've worked with departments to really try to drill down and identify what are the drivers of the forecasted deficit. And so you'll see a number of those pressures represented in this table here with some explanations about those pressures. So first up is wages in the fire rescue area. The issue there is actually quite straightforward. There's new legislation that requires additional training for firefighters. The training can only be done on an overtime basis, which was not anticipated, and of course that's led to higher costs than expected. Roads operations winter control. This is probably the most challenging part of our operating budget. We can't control the number of winter events. We can't control the severity of the winter events. So we are very much at the mercy of Mother Nature when it comes to winter control. But at the same time, council does have control over service levels subject to the minimum maintenance standards that you'll find in legislation. So in this area, we are looking at a potential deficit of about $4 million, but that should be taken with a bit of caution because, again, winter control is notoriously volatile. And so the range that we could be looking at in terms of a deficit in this area is $3.5 to $5.9 million. So we're all sort of praying. I know Zayden is praying. We were going to have a light winter for the tail end of this year, and hopefully that deficit will be mitigated. In fleet services, we do have a bit of a challenge on the contracted services. There are some staff vacancies there that are driving the issue, as well as growth in both the size and the complexity of our fleet that necessitates expert mechanical services. So again, that's an area that we're going to continue to monitor, and we'll work with Public Works to see if we can find ways to mitigate that through the rest of the year, and then for future years to see if we can put in measures that will hopefully avoid this pressure going forward. Fleet services, fuel, well, that one I think is pretty well self-explanatory. We all know what's going on in the world in terms of fuel prices, most certainly beyond council's control, as well as staff's. And so what we're continuing to do there is to monitor this situation and really see how we need to budget for this next year based on the trajectory of world events. In corporate items, there's a bit of pressure there on the investment income side. We had expected that we would have been fully reimbursed by the province for the ice storm cost from March of 2025. Unfortunately, we haven't received all of the payments from the province, and because of that, we haven't been able to generate the interest income that we thought we would on our reserves. And so there's about $500,000 pressure that's coming from that. And again, very much beyond our means. Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you had some conversations with officials at the AMO conference. I don't know, but we do very much hope that those payments come sooner rather than later. And then finally, as I alluded to earlier, we have a bit of pressure on the supplemental taxes. So those are the taxes that are charged on in-year changes in the assessment roll, particularly for new development and renovations. We had that based on, in part, on 2 high-density residential developments in Lindsay coming online in late 2026, but it looks like they're more likely now to come online in early 2027. So that's a reason why I'm not too worried about this area, because it's really just a shift of when we would start to receive those dollars from the 2 developments. And so we'll keep an eye on that and see how it goes. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have some indications that some other properties are going to come online through MPAC in the near future, within this year, that are again going to help support this area. So I would suspect that this particular deficit area is going to be somewhere south of $1 million, as opposed to the 1.35 that you see there. So when you add all of these up, you get about $9.8 million of pressures, and that's about, I think, 92% of the $10.7 million that we're forecasting. So these pressures really do capture the vast majority of the deficit. All right, and I wanted to make sure that we touched on another table that's in the report here with respect to budget efficiencies. So you'll recall that when the budget was approved for 2026, Council included a budget efficiencies line in the budget that was in the amount of about $7.5 to $7.6 million. And the idea was to have staff throughout the year try to achieve those savings without them being identified at the front end. So nobody knew at the front end what those savings would necessarily be, and staff have for over 6 months now been working to achieve those mandated savings. So this chart here shows you what has been identified to date in terms of the categories of savings towards this target. So we have reductions in capital projects, closures of capital projects, delayed staff recruitment. I won't go through the whole list, but some contributions from reserves and so on that are represented here. So when you look at what's been identified so far, $6.9 million. So again, that's the vast majority of the 7.6 that we are targeting. And staff will continue to work on this chart to add to it and to do our very best to achieve the target that's been set by Council. So I just wanted to end off with some talk about a mitigation strategy with respect to the coming deficit. So I think as staff, we accept that there's going to be a deficit. It's really a question of just how large it's going to be. And so it's very nice that we're at least finding out about it now as opposed to wait until year end, which is what happened last year. And it gives us a chance to work with this and to mitigate it as much as possible. So I've listed here some potential ways that we could mitigate this deficit. So the write-off of legacy construction holdbacks. We have a number of legacy capital projects that are long over, and yet the holdbacks have not been resolved for them. And so there's a bit of a backlog of those holdback payments. And if it turns out that they're no longer required, then we'll be able to release those funds and redirect them. We don't know yet exactly how much that would be, but I would surmise it's in hundreds of thousands area, maybe $500,000 in that area. We could redirect tax-supported surpluses that are going to come from the closure of capital and special projects in the near future. This is something that we had done last year to mitigate last year's deficit, or I should say, actually, we did it earlier this year to mitigate last year's deficit. And so again, this is something that could potentially be on the table again. Reverse budgeted reserve contributions that remain uncommitted. So in the 2026 budget, we have contributions to reserves like, let's say, the environmental reserve or the doctor recruitment reserve. And if those contributions haven't yet actually been made or committed, they could potentially be reversed by Council. We could draw further on reserves. There's some limitations to that because, again, for last year's deficit, we had to draw heavily on reserves to cover that deficit. So it doesn't leave us in the greatest position to draw even further on reserves. But at the same time, we've been fortunate enough with our capital projects and special projects that they're generally closing with surpluses. And those surpluses are going back to the reserves. Another strategy, and again, this is something we did earlier this year to mitigate last year's deficit, increase debenture financing for suitable existing capital projects and then repurpose the displaced tax-supported funding towards the deficit. So that's obviously a possibility, and I think last time when I was presenting to you, I did speak to that possibility. Another option is to pause targeted service programs for the balance of 26. I think that's probably a tougher alternative in terms of mitigating the deficit, but something that could be considered. And then finally, to prepare a fleet disposal plan to deal with surplus vehicles and equipment sales. So we've come to learn recently that there's quite a number of vehicles that have yet to be disposed of, that have been replaced through the capital program. And so if we could find a way to really accelerate those disposals, get those vehicles off of our asset registry and get the proceeds into our reserves, that will be a potential source of mitigation for the deficit. So those are just some potential ways that we could go about mitigation. They're by no means the only ways, and we'll, I think, be very keen to come back to council in the near term to report on how we've done in this regard. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Let's get a motion to receive first. Councillor Doble, Councillor Yeo. Questions, Councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Found. Just a couple of questions there when you talk about mitigation, and you mentioned about fleet sales. We used to have fleet sales usually about once a year on Little Britain Road there. We would have the fleet sales, but do we still have those? And the sales from those fleet sales, you mentioned that they would be going into asset reserves, or do they go into fleet reserves, fleet funds for that specific asset reserve?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is that the proceeds from the sales of fleet assets go into the fleet reserve, and that they can then be used, of course, for future fleet purposes. So I think what we're talking about here is potentially redirecting some of those proceeds, or potentially all of those proceeds, towards mitigation of the deficit.
Okay, thanks. And the last question is strategy management. Our strategy management team, do you work with them to see if we've got any strategy management savings that they've found? You know, some years it's quite significant, you know, $2, $3, $4 million of savings that are found, and then those monies are put back into either the operating or the capital budget. Does that still have a pretty significant positive impact on our budgeting, the strategy management team?
So thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I can answer in part, and I might defer part of the answer to Director Bukaboom. So we certainly do work hand in hand with the strategy team to keep an eye out for savings, to chase savings, to achieve savings. One of the ways that we're working very hard in that respect lately is to modernize many of the systems that the city has. So whether it's the property tax system, it's the human resources system, the customer management system. These are systems where, frankly, we're behind the times. And so we're very much trying to catch up and to make things more efficient, to make things less manual, more automated, and also more effective. And through efforts like that, we are able to alleviate staff from having to be, let's say, mired in manual exercises that are really outdated and no longer required, and then to repurpose those staff, or at least part of their time, towards other tasks. And what that does is it alleviates us from having to hire more staff than we otherwise would. And so that's just one of the ways that we do work with strategy to try to find savings, but perhaps Director Bukaboom has some other examples that she could share. More about it than I do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I can augment that answer terribly much, other than to say the savings that we've been identifying through the modernizations and through strategy are continually reinvested back into the department as more of a cost avoidance than a hard savings. So what Dr. Found was referring to, we find an innovation or an alleviation on staff. It does reduce overtime, so that would be a hard savings, but more predominantly, we reinvest back into quality customer service, timely business needs, getting money into the bank in a more efficient manner. So we have not predominantly set out to save hard savings per se at this point in time. It's more of a continual innovation and reinvestment.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I got a few questions here. Where do I start here? Contracted services, has that increased, you think, due to gapping, delayed staff hiring? Has that been an effect in higher contracted services?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that is part of the answer there. We certainly know in the area of fleet maintenance that is the case, where we have staff shortages that are leading directly to higher contracted service costs. And we also understand that those contracted services are more costly to be provided in through that contractual way than it is in-house. So that's one example where that is definitely the case. In other areas, I don't know that the delay of hiring certain positions is leading to greater dependence on contracted services. I think what you'll find is in areas like IT, you've got a lot of front ending that's happening, or front loading of those expenses, contracts that are being signed or being conducted earlier in the year, but then not later in the year.
Well, that makes sense. Thank you. Great on staff to find $6.9 million in savings. What's your confidence level that we'll achieve another $600,000 to the 7.5?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually fairly confident that we'll be able to do that. We have those legacy construction holdbacks. I think that's going to be worth about $400,000 or $500,000. So I think right there we're pretty much at the target. And then you'll see there's some other items on here that I think can be tapped into. So, for instance, the closure of capital projects. With surpluses, where part of those surpluses could be redirected towards these savings. Some departments have already done that for certain projects, and so I would anticipate that we're going to continue in that direction. So I'm fairly confident, given that we're already at 6.9 million, that we'll get to the 7.5 or the 7.6.
Very good. If you were to pick one targeted service program to pause, what would it be? What would be the net effect, and how much would it save?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that I'm in a position to make that determination.
I think it's a bit of a dirty question. It's
so
putting
you
you
don't
on
mind
the
if
spot,
I
and you don't necessarily. You're not intimate with every department. I know you have a wide range, but I really think it's a bit unfair to ask.
All right, you're
the
right.
CFO that question.
Okay. Thank you. We'll skip that one. Here's one I think you can do. This is my last question. What's our current debt ratio? I think it's always been at 5%, but we're looking at increasing that. So if we increase the debenture financing to suitable existing capital projects, we go in that direction. Do you have a rough idea how much that can mitigate this, and where would our debt service ratio end up?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, well, Councillor Joyce is certainly right in one respect that our current debt servicing ratio is quite low. Like we're nowhere near the 12.5% that has been set by council as our limit. Just to remind council, the debt servicing ratio is our debt repayment obligation, so our debt charges annually as a share of our total revenue, right? So if you think about it that way, it's sort of like saying, let's say we have a debt service ratio right now of 6%. Just throw that number out there. Then that means, our mortgage is only costing us 6% of our income, which is extremely low, right? By comparison to other areas. So, but what we do know is that we're in very good company in that regard, because municipalities in Ontario are notoriously conservative when it comes to debt. It's just been the pattern that we've seen with municipalities. And I think they're starting to loosen up on that a little bit, but it's sort of a historical pattern that we've seen. But to really answer the question, let's say we took the whole $10.7 million, just as an extreme example. Take the whole $10.7 million and debenture that through projects. We couldn't debenture the operating expense, but we could debenture existing projects and repurpose the money, right? That wouldn't really have any material effect. on our debt service ratio because, again, we're borrowing, let's say, $11 million, but those payments are going to be spread over 10, 20, 30 years. So they're going to be very low, and they'll add minimally to the debt servicing ratio.
Well, thank you very much. No, there's good debt and bad debt, and I truly believe that we managed our debt in a very responsible, very good way. So thank you for bearing with me.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Joyce kind of touched on this, but I know during the budget deliberations, we asked about not hiring as many people going forward. So is that a possibility to get down to where we should be? To the level?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's more than a possibility because it's in fact happening. So if you look at this chart for the budget
above
efficiencies.
and beyond that, though.
Okay, so you're talking about above and beyond
Yes,
that?
yeah.
And my answer still applies because there's still delay that is occurring in terms of some of the new positions. So I would suspect that 1.6 million will actually rise a little bit as we go through the rest of the year. We'll have to see how recruitment actually goes and whether further deferrals of recruitment could be sustained by the various departments. But my sense overall is that some further deferral can be done, and likely that number will increase a little bit. I don't think by a whole lot, but probably a little bit. Now, with that said, I do want to mention what the flip side is of this. It's a lot like when we defer a capital project. So if we defer a capital project, that means when the need comes back tomorrow, it's more costly, or it adds a pressure to a list of needs that was already in line to be done tomorrow. And so when we defer the hiring of a position, it has the same effect on the operating budget. What that does then is, yes, it creates a savings this year. So let's say we hire someone in Q3 instead of Q1. Okay, we get 2 or 3 quarters of savings, but then what that does is it places a pressure on the next year, because now next year's budget has to be a little higher to cover off the whole year, because now that person will be here for a whole year instead of part of a year. So I just want us to be cognizant of what the flip side is of these deferrals. So while they do help us out right now, they do create added pressure for next year, and we'll have to contend with that.
Yeah, and we may not have the growth, right? So we have to look at the big picture. Thanks.
We also have to guard against if you don't hire, it could increase overtime, and it also could affect service levels. So there are a couple of downsides there as well. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Thanks, Adam, for your report. It's really nice to see that we have a strategy and that we aren't going to be dealing with this at the end of the year like we usually do. So it's really nice to see that you're ahead of it, and it looks like you've got things under control for sure. When we talk about when we're going through the discussions and the decisions, who's making the decisions on which part you are going to take away from when you look at the list of how to save money? Are we going to be part of those decision makings, or it's going to be just something that staff's going to do?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate the question. It's sort of a delicate balance, right? Because on the one hand, council has given us clear direction through the budget. We must find these savings, and we're almost there, as you can see. And I have shared with you that that we have a strategy to get us the rest of the way there. So in that sense, it is staff who are making those decisions because staff's been given the direction to do so. So when you see, for instance, up there, contribution from library reserve, that's something that staff is proposing, and something that staff is putting forward to meet that direction by council. That's something that's normally, and this might go to the heart of your question, that's something that's normally done by council, right? To draw money from a reserve is normally a council decision, but now we're into the restricted acts era. And so between now and when the new council takes office, council doesn't have the authority to make these transfers unless they're under $50,000. And so there's a couple of strategies, I think, to answer your question. So one is the CAO could use delegated authority to do all these that council would normally do. Or staff could wait and present these to the new council in, let's say, December to be done. And then the third option is for the CAO to still do these things under delegated authority, but then, of course, every time that is done, a report comes to the new council on how all the delegated authority decisions were made and what decisions were made, and at that time, council would have the ability to reverse any of those decisions. So those are sort of three potential outcomes, and what I think you could take away from that as a measure of assurance is at the end of the day, council will decide. Because if we do something that council ultimately doesn't approve of, well, council can just reverse it. So if we say, yes, we want to draw $179,000 from the library reserve to support the budget efficiencies, and for whatever reason, council says, no, we don't, thank you very much for the recommendation, but we don't like that, we want to reverse it, council could do that. So there's nothing really set in stone. I think what we would suggest, Councillor McDonald, is that we would like to at least do some of these so that we can improve our position as the year progresses, particularly as we progress to Q3 variance report, the Q3 version of this report. We would very much like to see ourselves in a better position than we look now, and this going through this table and implementing these things would very much be part of that. So I hope that answers the question, and I hope it puts you a bit at ease that whatever happens, council at the end of the day has the say.
That answers my question, because we gave you the direction to find it, and you need to find it, and I think it makes it a little easy. I think it makes it a little easier to everybody sitting around the table arguing about this and that, but we gave direction to find it, and it looks like that you're making the steps to do that. And one other, just a comment, I have to agree with you. Every time we defer costs, we know what the cost is when you defer. And sometimes it's large, because sometimes we defer, and then finally we have to make the decisions, and then millions of dollars have passed through our fingers. So that's my comment on deferring things.
Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And sitting around this council table for a while, the variance that we're seeing today is really progressive. Like you said, it's giving us a better picture for year end. I'm wondering, that last slide where you showed options, your 2026 mitigation strategy, how prudent it would be to actually have a report showing how much each one of those ideas would actually show council in savings, because we really had to in 2025 with that deficit is really get into those reserves, which was a hard sting. So I'm wondering, I think it would be beneficial for the next council is to show the actual dollars that would be attached to those items, because that might be a good way to start the year.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I concur wholeheartedly with that comment. Yes, that is our plan, is to bring these items and hopefully other items. If we can think of some other ideas, great. Let's bring them in front of the new council and attach some dollar signs to them. And then we could have a real informed discussion about what's possible. And as Councillor Richardson mentioned, really actually get ahead of this thing instead of being behind it. And that's the part that I take some comfort in, is that we know it's coming. We have time to get ahead of it. We have some strategies to do so. And so I think it's a matter of just getting in front of the new council with some dollar signs and working through that process.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks, Dr. Found, for all your work on preparing this and for chatting with me earlier this week. I also really want to acknowledge and appreciate the transparency that this brings to council in terms of your report. And Dr. Bukaboom, you mentioned it would come in August, and here it is. So I want to acknowledge that as well. I just have a few questions just with regard to choices on how to mitigate. You'd mentioned, coming back in the near term. Do you know when that near term is?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest at the very earliest, it would be early December. But I think more likely, more realistically, early Q1 of next year, I would think. Okay, thanks. And I know that, do you have a figure on how much is outstanding still from the province? They say, reserves are for a rainy day. Well, in this case, they're for an icy day
or an icy month. Do we know yet how much is outstanding dollar-wise, and is that going to be part of the mitigation impact?
Yes, the royal we do, and I'll have to defer to Director Bukuum because I think she's very much on top of that particular figure in terms of what the province still owes us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There's good news and bad news. We know the amount. It's approximately 8 to 9 million, but we've already booked that as an account receivable. So when we do get the amount, it's not going to aid our current dilemma. We booked that as part of the 2025 year end. One mitigation strategy not on here though, and we never put it on as a mitigation strategy, is any grants that do become known between now and the end of the year or even during the year end.
Right.
But we don't use those as a mitigation strategy until we have that. Dr. Found is a little too nervous to project estimated grants, but that's another strategy for any grants other than the ice storm. But that one has been already booked in 25.
And so just so for clarity on this picture then, the mitigation strategy as we see before us here is to be taken by staff and brought back in December to show the results or to show the projections based on what staff have come up with for the new council to approve. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I think that's the general idea. There may be some items on here that are already within staff's authority to just do and undertake, like the write-off of the legacy construction holdbacks. That's something we can just do internally without council direction. And so I think the general idea is that, you know, we will undertake some of the mitigation strategies that we can, and then whatever remains would come back to council. As Councillor Richardson suggested, with some dollar signs attached, and then at that time we would also update council as to what staff's already done for mitigation, and which would hopefully narrow the problem down.
And then council, the new council in December would have the ability then to consider, and as you said before, you know, yay or nay, what is being decided. No.
Correct. I would just caution to say I don't know if it'll necessarily be December. I think it's more likely to be January, February.
I'm not going to quibble about dates. It's more around the democratic process and the involvement of us as elected officials in I would say our second most highest charge, which is, you know, approval of budgets. And that just would bring me to my last point around just some of the, I'll save it for the report stage, but I was just wondering perhaps, you know, Councillor McDonald mentioned it on Councillor Joyce's question. I think it was fueled by a desire to make sure that council stays engaged as much as possible in these budget types of discussions. I know we're in the lame duck delegation of authority period right now, but I don't think there's such thing as too much democracy. So I do have, perhaps if I could move the report at that time, I'd like to add a little more authority to that, some of the means in that report, so that it also comes from council endorsement, not simply being done by staff, especially some of the reserve transfers power. So I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Councillor Doble.
Thank you very much for the report, Dr. Found. And if I read this report, you've basically drawn a line on June the 30th. Okay, so it's a fairly rough. This is not a calendarized. That's the term I use because certain departments are going to spend different amounts of money per month. I mean, for example, snow removal. January, February, March, April, and then we probably won't be removing any more snow until hopefully December the 1st. So there's that, and then another one that I understand a little bit better is supplementary omitted assessments. The majority of that shows up in the second half of the year. So knowing all of that, and I don't know whether you've calendarized it or not. Right now, we're projecting $10 or $11 million. If you had to give us a rough estimate without mitigation, can you guess at something more precise?
More precise than, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, more precise than the 10 or 11 million that is in the budget right now.
Yeah.
I think I can speak to it a little bit. I'm not 100% familiar with the numbers because I don't have them in front of me, but my expectation is that we're going to be in a deficit in that area of around $1 million. So if let's say the budget's 10 million, then I think we're probably going to be at about 9 million.
Okay.
And again, we have a few fairly large properties that, and this speaks very much to your former career. We're essentially waiting for MPAC to get them on the roll.
Yeah.
And so we very much hope that these properties, like let's say a hotel in Lindsay, will get onto the roll at the very latest November. And in that case, that will certainly bump up the numbers. So we're hoping that those things happen with MPAC, and if they do, then we can get that $1.35 million deficit that I think I showed here on this chart. I think we can get that down to about $1 million or just under.
Okay. To be clear, I'm not just talking about assessment. That was just one example of it, but in terms of calendarizing, because I know that different departments, maybe they spend more in the second half than they do in the first half. And so you have to be aware of that. The other aspect of it, though, in getting back to the supplementary, even if it's picked up in November, it's going to be backdated to when it was first put into use. So
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, which is one sense of comfort that we have about that.
Absolutely.
Provided they get onto the roll this year. That's the thing.
I'm sure we're having very good conversations with MPAC.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just would like to speak to Councillor Doble's term calendarization. The term that we mostly use is sort of seasonality. I think we mean the same thing. And what that refers to is that, expenditures and revenues are not necessarily uniform over the year. And that's what we're getting at, right? And so and this is a very general statement, but I think it applies. When you look at the tax-supported operating budget, for the most part, the expenses tend to be front-loaded. If they're going to be either of the two, back-loaded or front-loaded, they'll tend to be somewhat front-loaded. So that's part of the reason why I think that $10.7 million is a little on the high side. I'm suspecting we'll have that come down a little bit without even any mitigation, just because of the natural seasonality that's in the budget.
Thank you. I just have a couple for you. Number one, are we sharing this with the audit committee?
I would suspect that it will be shared with them. I'm not sure about timing. I don't know if Director Bukubun would be able to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that question actually speaks to a comment I was going to have to one of the members of our audit committee, Councillor Perry. In terms of the reserve usage and some of the mitigation strategies, before we come back to council, that would of course go through the audit committee later this year. And so any of the mitigation strategies would be dealt with by your senior leadership team. The ideas developed, strategized, and they would then go to audit committee. And the way we would normally disperse of the deficit or any reserves needed would be through that annual deficit disposition report that comes to you last year, I think in May or April. The anticipation is we can keep moving that forward a little bit. So in terms of, Mr. Mayor, where we're at in Q2, it may be a little bit early to engage the audit committee just yet, but certainly in the coming quarter, we would like to reconvene that committee and discuss the current situation.
Thank you. One other on your slide 5, under revenues, other revenues are at 33%. Is that seasonality, or is that something we should be concerned about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the breakdown in front of me of that particular category. I do understand the concern when you see it at 33%. However, it is a relatively small area, so you have to weight that 33% by the value. So I'm not overly concerned about that. but I would have to, I'm sorry, I'd have to say I'd have to get back to you on what constitutes that particular category. It'll be a lot of miscellaneous stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is just follow up on Director Bukaboom's comment. I think that's excellent for public accountability and elected official committee of council engagement for it to come to the audit committee. I would encourage sooner rather than later under these specific circumstances. And do you have, Director Bukaboom, a notion of when that audit committee meeting may be called?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that will be the first call I make tomorrow. I will reconvene with Deloitte and with our audit chair, Andrew Flynn, and we'll set a date into, at this point, I might suggest October, because we'll be busy also doing the budget preparation for 27 in September, so we may be able to bring you 2 themes in October.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. There's also a report that goes with this, and it's that report, Corp 2026-035, second quarter variance analysis of 2026 tax-supported operating budget be received. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Perry and Councillor Doble. Anybody, did you want to speak to it?
I would, Mayor, thank you, and I would just like to propose a brief amendment on the motion, which hopefully staff will support because it's intended to provide more authority. And as I think someone raised earlier in the meeting, there's never such thing as too much communication. Hopefully, there's no such thing as too much democracy, and that would simply be.
You don't listen to Bill Maher living in California.
Fair point, Mayor. This is really just a point around some of the measures that Dr. Found alluded to, or didn't allude to, presented to us today in terms of the mitigation strategy, especially some of the reserve transfers. There are things in there, and I know in the Municipal Act under Section 275, councils are prohibited from making any expenditures or liabilities. I disagree with any characterization that means council can do nothing. And things like reserve transfers are more than just technical budget implementation or accounting measures. They have implications. So I would just like to move, in addition to the wording of the resolution now, that the report be received and that the measures therein, including the reserve transfers, be endorsed. So that way we are providing further authority as elected council to endorse the measures to date in the report as it was submitted and prepared. Thank you.
There is already a bylaw that does that.
The bylaw provides for from my understanding, for the CAO to be able to have delegated authority. In my opinion, and read on this is to help the CAO, because this would ground that authority with endorsement of some bigger ticket items here than simply kind of a caretaker authority under that bylaw, and would be able to remove dispute, Mayor.
Do you want to speak to it, Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor. So Councillor Perry and I have had discussions, and I looked for an opinion from our solicitor. So there's a couple of things that have to be taken into consideration. Number one, council passed a bylaw providing the CAO with the delegated authority. So council did give that authority to the CAO. But also to endorse what's involved in the report and transfers. Council doesn't have the ability, anything over 50,000 to under the restricted acts. So I don't think a motion would be something appropriate now for council pass under restricted acts, and plus there's a bylaw already in place.
Councillor Perry.
And thank you for that interpretation, Clerk. If I look at Section 275 of the Municipal Act, we're prohibited from making expenditures or incurring other liabilities. That's very specific. My point is, in the report, arguably, measures are being undertaken with impacts beyond simple expenditures or liabilities. There are policy decisions being made here. And so rather than have a CAO authority that is delegated from us without mentioning these and having that done, we're here today. We are able to add a little more policy cover to the CAO, a little more authority to say we received the report and we endorse what's herein. Not approve, right? Not undertake any expenditures or actions, but an endorsement to be able to say that, yes, we as elected council looked at these budgetary measures, we thought they were significant, and we want to lend our stamp, not of approval, but of endorsement, to what's contained therein to help staff, to be helpful, to get on the right side and stay on the right side of this issue. We are council. We are control of the budget and the procedures. Thank you.
I believe it's redundant and perhaps a bit pedantic to do so and unnecessary. But that's my personal view. Councillor Doble?
Yes, Mayor, I agree with you. I understand what's behind the intentions behind it, and I appreciate the intentions behind it. However, you're basically, I think it's unnecessary and has the potential to be confusing. I have to speak against the addition. It's not necessary. I think the intention is clear without it.
Let's do something. Let's receive it first, and then we'll split the motion. Okay? So we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's done. Now the second part, do you want to read it again?
I do, simply that the measures contained in Report Corp 2026-035, including the reserve transfers, be endorsed. Short,
Sir,
simple,
seconder.
sweet. I better find a seconder, Mayor.
Councillor Ashmore. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I'm fine, thanks. Councillor Perry explained it.
Do you want to speak more to it, Councillor Perry, and sum up?
If there's no one else to speak, I'll sum up, but I'll leave the floor for anyone else to intervene.
You didn't have your light on. Go ahead.
I don't really think that it changes all that much. I can understand why Councillor Perry has brought this forward, and if we're just endorsing it, how does that really change anything, really? It's just a perception of council being more involved in the budget process, I guess you would call it. So I don't think it's a big deal.
I think the clerk has something to say.
I think if Councillor Perry, through the mayor, I think if Councillor Perry wants to recognize the issues that have been given delegated authority, that's one thing. Endorsement is successful, and the other is still approving, which falls under the restricted acts. So maybe come up with another word rather than endorse or approve.
Check your Rogers.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may suggest the word in support in principle. Would that be sufficient? It's not making a decision?
Okay, I'm free to sum up now if you'd like, Mayor. Or are we looking, would my fellow councillors like just try another word?
Recognize?
Well, we've received the report, so we recognize it, Mayor. I hear you. I'll tell you where I'm coming from, if that's okay at this point. You know, the authority of delegation, the clerk has mentioned it's, you know, a restricted act. The only restricted act is making expenditures or other liabilities. This does more. So arguing it's arguably not not restricted from council at this time, but that's a whole other matter. There's a parallel opinion from the Sicily solicitor. What I'm saying is, this is, to me, this is a lot, delegation or not, Councillor McDonald, this is a lot more than simply some administrative functions under the delegated authority of being lame duck. And therefore, we could complement having given that power by saying we've received the report and we agree with it as the elected officials. You know, the authority that we delegated during lame duck to the CAO is not just an absolute, and then everything without consideration just goes to the CAO. Our duty is to question and to look at that and decide where the limits might be. And so I don't think it's necessarily pedantic, Mayor, but you know, I'll continue, because I just don't think that we're in an environment where we give as elected officials so much power, so much decision-making to our public service, and then are able to not have any more to say about it. And that's why I'm bringing this, that at least we around the table have said, we received the report, and yes, that jives with us. It's a more democratic response to be able to balance those two, the delegation of authority with our responsibilities and abilities as ultimately accountable for this budget and these more significant, more impactful budget decisions in the report that are more than just accounting or moving numbers around or bookkeeping niceties. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Just to point out, anything the CAO does under this authority, he has to come back to council with. And council at that time has the opportunity to change whatever the CAO has done. So council has the ultimate authority, and doing what you're doing is why I say it's redundant, because you already have the authority to overturn anything the CAO does during this period of time.
And I think the redundancy argument is countered with, we need to be engaged at this level to be able to show our priorities and our cognizance of these kinds of budget decisions as a council. To me, that's not redundant. And so I can change it to, and that council supports therein, supports the measures therein, and that council supports the measures therein.
But it's, again, unnecessary, because council gave the CAO the authority.
And we're in a catch-22, Mayor, because perhaps this is a beyond that delegated authority. And, okay, well, yeah, you want to just call the question? What's wrong with you?
Okay.
All right, I'm fine with that.
Councillor Joyce, did you want to say something before we call the question?
I was just going to say the same thing. We're bumping up against a bylaw we've already passed. So it doesn't matter how you word it. We're bumping up against a delegated authority bylaw. And we have the power, democratic power, to reverse later on any decision made by that delegated authority. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll call the question.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All in favor? And that fails. Thank you. Moving on. Thank you to Chief Financial Officer Found. Moving on to the mid-year strategy presentation Josh, sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Joining me today, I am not Ron Taylor. I am Sarah Bukaboom, Director of Corporate Services, and we will jointly present the update on the 2026 mid-year progress update on the strategic plan, as well as provide you with a retrospective update on this council's measures from 2022 to 2026 for this term, and the good things that this council has achieved thus far. So moving on to slide 2. The current council term obviously began in November 2022, while the current strategic plan was adopted by this council in 2024. We are using the 4 strategic priorities as a clear lens to organize selected accomplishments from across the full council term. This does not suggest that every single accomplishment began after the adoption of the plan. The 4 strategic pillars have 12 goals associated with them. It connects council direction and embedded into the departmental work plans, individual initiatives, accountability, and increasingly measurable community outcomes. The strategic priorities describe what we want to accomplish over the long term as community builders, and the guiding principles and values reflect our commitment to how we want to achieve those goals. As the plan moves into its final year in 2027 with the new council, staff will work with the incoming council to confirm direction and begin developing the next 4-year strategic plan. The following are some of the collective achievements under this term of council. To the next slide, a healthy environment. The Active Transportation Master Plan was completed, and the Active Transportation Advisory Committee has been established, creating a stronger foundation for future network investments. Urban Curbside Organics has been launched, and recycling transitioned to the producer responsibility. Pollinator and tree protections were also strengthened. Together, these initiatives represent changes in transportation planning, waste diversion, and environmental protection that will continue to produce benefits beyond this term of council. I'd like to just add in a few extra call-outs. The climate change strategy work has launched and is advancing through the greenhouse gas inventory. The fleet greening pilot has been completed with planning to continue for future electric vehicle procurement and potential hydrogen conversions. So just some other good things happening in addition to the higher level things. Slide 4, under exceptional quality of life. Housing and community supports have been a major focus during this term. 76 deeply affordable housing units have been completed at 25 Hamilton Street and 106 Murray. Construction is advancing and will be soon completed with 35 additional units in the county of Haliburton, in Minden on Gull River. Occupancy there will begin in 2027. Homelessness supports have been expanded through the opening of 12-bed community integrated care hub, and that provides daytime and wraparound services. Licensed childcare capacity has been expanded by 316 spaces, with 40 additional in the plan. Community paramedicine has also received permanent provincial funding, helping us move that service from a temporary program to an ongoing part of our local care system. Some additional call-outs, I would also like to mention the Cultural Centre feasibility work is well underway, the Indigenous reconciliation initiatives, and those continue to advance. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan is advancing. The 10-year Housing and Homelessness Plan has been updated, et cetera, et cetera. There have been many good initiatives under this category. On the next slide, a vibrant and growing economy. The city hosted the 2024 International Plowing Match, which attracted tens of thousands of visitors to the city, introducing a new tourism brand, and we've also refreshed the economic development strategy. The archaeological management plan and the growth management strategy have been completed. The consolidated rural zoning bylaw has replaced 14 former municipal bylaws, and its global appeal was successfully dismissed. Secondary plans also came into force for 4 of the urban settlement areas. The housing target performance secured approximately $3 million across 2 rounds of the Provincial Building Faster funds from our provincial government, supporting community housing, integrated care, and development approval system improvements. Also under the growing economy, I would like to point out the wayfinding and signage strategy, most recently endorsed by Council, the Agriculture and Food Action Plan, the new archaeological official plan policies, and the filing requirements advanced, major transportation, bridge, airport, water, wastewater, facility work has been advancing. Highway 7 wastewater pumping station work continues to advance to support development in that area. Finally, on slide 6, under good government includes the less visible work. This is where corporate services would reside. It improves the organization, how we serve residents, and how we manage public resources. Council approved the strategic plan in supporting corporate communications and accessibility strategies. The Council initiated customer service work, including the Deputy Mayor's Customer Service Initiative, helped establish service measures and resident education that inform the customer service experience strategy. We look forward to the new software being implemented to support that policy and strategy. The Coboconk Building and Septic Service Hub has improved access for our northern residents. Online permitting has been expanded, and the municipal 911 signage process has been streamlined. As evidenced today, you can see that financial planning, asset management, and a multitude of modernization reviews have strengthened staff delivery and service as far as consistency, accountability, and decision-making across the corporation. A few examples further in that category under good government. The building bylaw has been updated in accordance with the new Ontario Building Code, service center improvements, and digital licensing and permitting. We're trying to offer service to the customer when and where they would like to do their service, which is online in the evening, perhaps not standing in line at a service counter. We're building business intelligence reporting and dashboarding into all of our strengthened organizational visibility, and we're making great progress and great strides. Such example today was the Q2 variance report in front of Council, and soon to become more embedded is dashboards along that line in real time. Partner and funding agreements supporting enhanced local services through a lot of community organizations, not to mention which the Community Foundation has been funded to lead and develop the Vital Signs program. Your list, Council, of accomplishments is exhausting, so well done. I will now turn the presentation over to Josh, who will speak to the 26 specific mid-year results. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's take a look at how the portfolio has progressed. Now, since the March update, completion has increased, while the tracked portfolio has also expanded. The completed count increased by 19, from 114 to 133. The number on track increased slightly, from 80 to 81. Its percentage declined only because the overall portfolio grew from 200 to 219 initiatives. In total, 214 of the 219 initiatives, or approximately 98%, are now either complete or on track. The number not started declined from 6 to 5. The additional initiatives reflect significant work, including Victoria Manor integration, modernization, human services planning, paramedic services, and community planning. This is intentionally a living portfolio rather than a fixed list that becomes less representative over time. The 5 initiatives not yet underway remain visible and are associated with funding, governance, resourcing, technology, or sequencing dependencies. Now, 2 areas illustrate how enterprise work has advanced since March. Modernization included expanding online permitting and approximately 2,000 paperless billing conversions, with that figure continuing to grow. Approximately 1,100 of 1,681 permit submissions this year came through the City Works portal, a digital service channel with portal use reaching 84% in August. Victoria Manor integration is also being managed through 6 coordinated initiatives covering the transition work plan, accountability processes, and corporate controls, while maintaining continuity of resident care and regulatory compliance. Prime, our business process mapping and analysis platform, provides a practical example of the potential value of process modernization. Moving hours of service records from paper to Geotab Drive, a cloud-based application, is modeled to create approximately 4,266 hours of annual capacity, with an execution cost equivalent of approximately $261,000. These are modeled opportunities, not budgeted savings or staffing reductions. Actual benefits will be measured and validated as deployment expands across fleet and public works. This is one example of how targeted modernization can create capacity for higher value work and better service delivery. On this slide are strategic and our corporate priorities. The distinction is important. The 4 strategic priorities describe the council-approved community outcomes the municipality is working to achieve. The 3 corporate priorities identified are where the senior management team has taken collective ownership because delivery requires sustained coordination across our departments. Their customer service experience, climate change and environmental resilience, and digital transformation and modernization. The corporate priorities supplement the strategic plan. They do not replace it. The dashboard converts the report card into a working portfolio management view. At the corporate level, it shows status by strategic priority and goal. From there, we can drill into individual initiatives. We can see ownership, progress dependencies, and alignment with corporate priorities. This supports a consistent conversation across council reporting, senior management team oversight, and department work planning. Does not replace the detailed project management tools within the departments. It provides the common corporate view that connects them and strengthens the portfolio oversight and accountability. Through the remainder of the plan, the focus will be on moving the on-track initiatives through to completion. Transparently sequencing work with dependencies remain, and advancing major corporate work, such as Victoria Manor integration and modernization. Our near-term priorities include drinking water monitoring and controls, road patrol technology, parks and recreation plans, the official plan review, and priority infrastructure projects. We also continue connecting initiative delivery with vital signs, community indicators, service measures, and business intelligence reporting. Future updates will increasingly show both what was completed and whether it produced its intended results. Following the municipal election, staff will work with the incoming council to confirm the direction for the final year of the 2024 to 2027 plan and begin laying the foundation for the next planning cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. I got a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Warren, Councillor Joyce. Questions and comments? Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just interested on what are the 5 initiatives that were not started.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. We have an example of some of the 5 initiatives here. I have them listed down. One of them being the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporate Strategic Plan. That one was deferred to align with the incoming board. We have a review of lake management plans. There's an urban zoning bylaw review. There's end-to-end streamlined process and automation and public engagement framework. So a couple of these items are dependent on other activities and are likely scheduled to come within the 2027 year.
So can you maybe give a little bit of more information on especially the lake management oversight, or not quite sure what that was?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I don't have the full detail of the program work ahead of me, but I can say that the lake management plan lists here, it's for official plan policies, and it was pending some next steps and some funding around it. But beyond that, I can perhaps get back to you on what that one was.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richard.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. Great report, positive report. Everybody should actually say, hey, this is a good news story for everybody and how far we've come along. Just wondering, based on the dashboard, which makes delivery visible when we're looking at it, what is the criteria from complete to on track? What would be an example of that?
Through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, just to confirm, moving from on track to complete? Yes, thank you. So within our dashboarding world, there's a number of different elements that keep an item in the on track stage. In order to move to complete, every element of what is listed within that initiative item must now be complete. Sometimes there are several different elements within the initiative that must happen to move it towards completion. And this is one of the reasons why you'll see the portfolio shift. For example, we've moved from 200 to 219 initiatives. Sometimes that's portfolio rebalancing and things of that nature. But in order to move from an on-track item to complete, all elements within that listed area must actually now be complete based on what was listed in there. And there are so many different examples of that. I know that's hard to describe, but an example could be the creation of an overarching plan. That plan is now delivered, been received. That item would move to complete. And there are so many different areas to get to, but that may be one example that's helpful.
No, thank you. And I know that was a pretty broad question to ask. When you start looking at, like you said, each task or goal has its own set of objectives that we need to get to the finish line. So thank you. But like I said, overall, it's a pretty positive report.
Thank you so much. And just one more piece through you, Mayor. I will say that it is an excellent finding, especially the front part of this report, which shows some of the great accomplishments that have happened through this term of council. So just recognizing that, and thank you so much.
Thank you. We have one more. Councillor Joyce.
I just wanted to say it's a great report, and thank you very much. As a comment, it's easy for council to make, pass these things, yes, go ahead, but you've got to understand that a lot of these initiatives are thousands of hours of staff work, and I want to just recognize that we understand that and appreciate it, and it really makes our region move forward in a good way. Thank you.
And through Mayor to the councillor, thank you so much. I will say there is an item on there. We've talked a bit about modernization. There are thousands and tens of thousands of staff hours and work going into the various components of that. So recognized and thank you.
Thank you, Josh. CAO?
Oh, sorry.
No, I thought maybe you had something to say. No? Okay. We have a motion on the floor to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. There's also, I think, a report that goes with this to be received. Can I have a motion? Councillor Yeo, is that your hand up? Councillor Yeo and Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that passes. 9.4, our last presentation of the day. And we have our own Zayden Al-Gabani and Gal Kramer to lead us through the Transit Master Plan.
Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the public. We're excited to be presenting the Regional Transit Master Plan today. In reviewing the plan, I'm sure you'll find it both progressive and forward-thinking. Our plan is to present it today to Council for review and input, as well as to the public for their input and to return back to council in the new year for final adoption. What I want to do is introduce our consultant. We'll have them go over the presentation, and then we'll address the correspondence that's on the agenda as item 8.1. So I'll move on to the presentation. I'd like to introduce our consultant team from VIA Transportation and today's presenter, Gal Kramer. VIA is a global leader in public transportation planning, mobility solutions, and transportation technology, partnering with more than 650 municipalities, including Durham Region Transit and York Region Transit, and transit agencies across nearly 50 countries worldwide. Their work helps communities improve mobility through data-driven planning, service optimization, accessibility improvements, specialized transit services, and innovative on-demand transportation solutions. Their experience spans both large urban centers and smaller communities, giving them a strong understanding of the opportunities and challenges facing municipalities like Kawartha Lakes. Representing VIA today is Gal Kramer, a principal with VIA's transit planning and consulting team, who has been working closely with city staff, stakeholders, and residents throughout the development of the Kawartha Lakes Regional Transit Master Plan. We appreciate the work that VIA has invested in this project and look forward to hearing their findings and recommendations. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gal Kramer from VIA Transportation to present the Kawartha Lakes Regional Transit Master Plan.
Is this how I get to the next slide? Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for having me back. It's great to be in Kawartha Lakes, especially this time of year. It's beautiful here. Today presenting the draft plan, which you should have all received as well. It's a quite long document, so I'm going to get through it very high level today, but happy to answer any questions. And if there's any follow-ups after today's meeting, also happy to get on a call with anyone as needed. So we kicked off this project last spring in April. Our goal here was to create a 10-year master plan, thinking forward with innovative solutions, thinking beyond the existing services that are primarily focused on Lindsay right now. This was a 3-phase project. In the first phase, we did research, we evaluated the existing services, we did our first round of community engagement to understand what the needs are in the community, what's working well, what's not working well, where are the challenges and the gaps. In phase 2, we built off of our findings from phase 1 to develop a series of different transit alternatives to evaluate and further bring back for feedback. And in phase 3, which is where we are now, bringing all of that together into a 10-year plan with recommendations for implementation. So summarizing kind of our key findings from phase 1, I think a lot of this will be obvious to many of you already here. Kawartha Lakes is growing. We have a lot of the community is beyond the area with existing transit services, which are primarily in Lindsay. We have an increasingly aging population, which tends to be, again, more transit dependent or should have alternative options should they choose not to want to drive anymore. We also know that Kawartha Lakes is looking at a lot of growth in the next few years, looking at new communities, new immigrants into the region that may also be interested in transit options as a way to attract new residents. We did 2 rounds of community engagement, as I mentioned. The first round, which was done last spring, included a public survey. We had over 170 responses from the community. We did community conversations, rode along with the limo service to talk to riders directly, and had a stakeholder meeting. Many of the councilors were there for that meeting, so thank you again for that participation. In our round 2, which we did last fall, we continued these conversations, bringing these alternatives to the folks we spoke to with the community conversations in Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon, and again to the stakeholders. We also talked to Fleming College students on campus. So our findings from both the data analysis that we did and the community engagement resulted in 4 groups of transit alternatives that we evaluated and have built into this plan. The first is Lindsay routes, so these are changes to the existing services in Lindsay. City routes, which are connecting within different communities and population centers within Kawartha Lakes. Regional routes, which go beyond Kawartha Lakes, connecting to nearby municipalities and further on to Toronto, and then microtransit, which I'll talk more about in a second, but really thinking about demand-responsive, zone-based transit solutions, which a lot of communities like yourselves are considering and implementing right now. So going through these one by one, the Lindsay routes here, we developed a change from a 4-route network to a 6-route network that streamlined these routes to focus on direct and frequent transit. We have a cost-neutral option here to be implemented in the short term and a more growth-focused strategy. But here we're really trying to increase frequencies and making the existing services more useful to riders. City route, so here we're looking at connecting the most densely populated parts of Kawartha Lakes, primarily Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls, and Lindsay. This is where we heard the most need from the community of where we would like to see additional transit connections. So we looked at a couple different varieties of how you could do this with different routes. Regional routes, so connecting beyond Kawartha Lakes, primarily to Peterborough and Oshawa, and therefore to the link service to get beyond. We heard a lot of people also wanting to get to Toronto, and also in Peterborough you can connect also to the GO service. In Peterborough as well, we heard a lot about the medical facilities there and specialty services and also employment opportunities that would be advantageous to a lot of residents of Kawartha Lakes. And the last set of alternatives that we looked at was microtransit. So we looked at 2 zone options here, one focused on the most densely populated part of Kawartha Lakes and one that's citywide. This is our recommendation for the best way to cover the entire city would be through a microtransit service. If you want to hit every single resident, this is the way to do it. Microtransit, for those who are less familiar, is a zone-based system. It does not operate on a fixed route or fixed timetable or fixed stops. The way it works is people request a ride, usually in an app or by calling in within a zone. They are then directed to a vehicle that is routed to meet them where they are or near where they are to bring them to their destination. This has existed for many years. Many people have called it dial-a-ride. I think the biggest change with microtransit is that it's tech-enabled now, so there is that option to build that into the app and make that algorithm and the routing much more efficient. So we've built this into a 3-section 10-year plan. Actually, I'm sorry, short term should be 2027 to 2030. I apologize for that. But in the short term, what we recommend is closing those urgent gaps with the smallest fleet size possible, but really expanding transit citywide, helping fill those gaps across the entire city. In the medium term, looking at improving those top performing routes and regional connections, expanding further. A lot of dependencies on how those early years go and what riders and the community seem to find most useful, and in the long term, continual upgrades and improvement based again on performance. So I'll go into these in a little bit more detail as well. So in the short term, 2027 to 2029, what we recommended here is starting with that cost neutral redesign of the Lindsay Transit Network, which you can do with your existing fleet and drivers. Then thinking about pre-booked citywide microtransit. So microtransit can be either on demand, where you book it when you want to ride, or pre-scheduled, where riders typically book the day before. This allows for even more aggregation of riders and more efficiency on the system. So it helps you keep costs down in more simpler terms. Then following that, connections between Lindsay and Bobcaygeon and Lindsay and Fenelon Falls with fixed route, followed by connections to Peterborough. In 2029, we recommend, depending on how those Lindsay downtown routes are working, to improve that by adding 2 additional vehicles. With that, you'll be able to get to 30-minute frequencies or less on all 6 of those new routes. In the medium term, we recommend focusing on re-engaging Metrolinx for direct GO transit. So our understanding is that you will have more success getting GO service within the city if you are able to connect, provide a connection to that GO service. So if you have GO service going in and out of Lindsay, then you could have a microtransit feeding into that service to help people get to that. And then again, you could think about depending on how those fixed routes are operating between Bobcaygeon, Lindsay, and Fenelon Falls, expanding microtransit to add on-demand service in the more core areas of the city. And then, again, further expanding regional connections to Port Perry or Oshawa, adding service on Fenelon Falls or Bobcaygeon routes, depending, again, on performance and ridership, adding additional service in Lindsay, and then further improving intercity routes. The long term, this is far away, so here again, the recommendations are to continue making targeted improvements depending on performance, which we've outlined again in the report, adding fleet as needed and maintenance staff as needed, and doing your next 10-year plan to further improve the city's transit network. So I think this is probably the big elephant in the room. What's this going to cost? Before I get into that, though, there shouldn't be any spoilers because the numbers are all in front of you. I want to talk a little bit about funding options. So Right now, there is a tax that's really focused on the transit levy that is currently in place only covers Lindsay, where the current transit service is based. Should you look to expand transit citywide, I recommend expanding that levy to the entire city to help fund the cost. However, in addition to that, there are other funding programs that will help from both the province and the federal government. So there's funding, the Community Building Fund, CCBF, which helps provide funding for capital for vehicles, which I know the city has used in the past, so going back for that. OTIF, which is a newer program, has actually refilled their coffers and have re-announced a new bucket of funds for that program. It's released on an ongoing basis. That funding really helps provide operating costs ongoing, and cities like yourselves that are looking to expand transit have found success with that program, and also looking at strategic partnerships. So right here I have the 10-year, the budget, so just as operating costs, no revenue, for the plan as it is in place. You'll see that the biggest increase in costs are in those first few years as you really look to expand, and then it kind of plateaus out a little bit over the remainder of the 10-year plan. With that, I'm going to pause and offer if there's any you want to hand it back to you.
Thanks, Gal. I just wanted to go over the correspondence that we've received in the agenda, item 8.1. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Niels for his correspondence. I think it's quite thoughtful and well written. I wanted Gal, to do the presentation before we go over this correspondence, because I think it provides some of that background. So you could see in the Transit Master Plan, there's really 4 key strategic initiatives. There's modifying our existing routes to be more efficient. There's implementing city routes, and that's the connections from Lindsay to Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon. There's the regional routes, so the connection to Peterborough as well as Oshawa and Toronto, and implementing microtransit. So what Mr. Niels is asking for is that the connection from Peterborough to Lindsay be prioritized over some of the other initiatives. And there's no debate that the connection to Peterborough is needed. And I think the benefits of that connection is really threefold. We know that based on the results from the master plan, that outside of Kawartha Lakes, people work in Peterborough as the highest place outside of Kawartha Lakes. And we know that there's the Peterborough Regional Health Center there. There's shopping, there's Trent University, also the Fleming College campus. So we recognize that need for the Peterborough connection. There's no question about that. But we also recognize that the connection to Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon is not any less significant. So Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls are the second and third largest urban settlements in Kawartha Lakes, and they're growing at a fast pace. Bobcaygeon also has an aging population, a lot of seniors in there, and we know that they are traditionally higher transit users. And Fenelon Falls also has a higher population of seniors as well as lower income population. Again, and those are the type of population that typically does use transit. So again, we're not disagreeing, I think, with the correspondence that's come in, but we're saying that the connections to Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls are not any less significant. Also, if another item that the correspondence speaks to is suggesting on-demand instead of having these connections. The issue with that is that just having 3 micro-transit vehicles will offset any savings that you would have with having that connection from Lindsay to Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls. So it might mean we have to have more micro-transit vehicles, and then you're offsetting any savings that you might have had. Ultimately, it's about leveling the playing field and providing transit to areas that currently don't have that service. So that's why we want to implement the microtransit to all of Kawartha Lakes and the connection to Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls as part of the short-term phase. But again, in terms of the Peterborough connection, we consider that quite critical as well. And that's why we didn't put it in the long-term or medium-term phase. We put it in the short-term phase as well. Okay, so I think we'll open it up for any comments or questions.
Okay, well, I get a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Perry, Councillor Warren. Questions? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, and been looking forward to this for a while. So you're not recommending at all any fixed routes, which is good because we've kind of gone down that road, sorry to say. But the micro transit really makes sense for sure. Going to Peterborough, would Metrolinx have a part to play in that, or would that be just within in-house here? Within Kawartha Lakes?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess just one thing to clarify, we would have a fixed route from Lindsay to Bobcaygeon and Lindsay to Fenelon Falls. So that is part of the plan. And in terms of the route to Peterborough, we do see the importance of that and the significance of that. It would be initially funded by the city, but we can look at partnerships and various funding opportunities. So I know Gal spoke to some of those funding opportunities, and the Ontario Transit Investment Fund, for example, the OTIF, that's a huge opportunity for us. They can fund up to 50% of the first 5 years, both the capital and operating costs. So there's a huge opportunity with these grants if we are successful in the application. And I know that Via Transportation have helped other municipalities with these applications. So if we are successful, we're able to get a lot of funding to support us in implementing these.
Just further on that, okay, so the recommendation is to have fixed routes plus microtransit. Are there any private companies that do microtransit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Warren, Via Transportation, I know they do microtransit, and there's other microtransit providers as well. And what we're suggesting is to have both fixed routes, Lindsay routes, and microtransit implementation. And we're intending to do that in phases because obviously of the cost, but also the growing population to make up for it.
So just on that, so microtransit, could that be in-house and not a private company?
Yep.
Just do microtransit in the short term to Bobcaygeon, Fenelon, Lindsay route, just to get it started.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Warren. Yeah, we can implement microtransit with a few different options. We can have the turnkey model where a vendor provides the drivers, the vehicles, the technology, the administration, all of that. The other option is we can use our own drivers, our own vehicles, and then use a consultant for their technology. And that's what Durham Region Transit does, I understand. They use their own drivers and vehicles. And that is a potential solution as well in terms of just implementing microtransit first instead of having the fixed routes. The big disadvantage with doing that is the fixed routes with cutaway buses can carry up to 20 passengers, while with microtransit, you'd be limited with potentially 6 passengers in the vans, and for ones that we would modify to be accessibility capable, they would be only able to hold 3 passengers.
Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks so much for this presentation and for all the details and the level of thought that's gone into this master plan. I want to really commend the fact that it's linked, and that I know you cited and looked at the poverty reduction strategy from 2016, on which transportation was an actual chapter, so that didn't just sit on the self-gathering dust, Mayor. And I'm glad to see it was cited today. I know that we have had information from local residents that the number one thing to help them get a job is childcare and transportation, tied for number one here locally in survey data. And so, Gal, thank you as well. We've done, I gotta say, I had a full head of hair, Mayor, when this all began before I was elected. And so I'm just concerned about the timing, especially when I see a 10-year plan. I know it's not 10 years away, so I was encouraged to hear about the Fenelon to Bobcaygeon link, the connectivity there being short-term, as well as the link to Peterborough, given that, or perhaps further for GO Transit. My understanding is that GO Transit coming here is not really an issue anymore, and won't be for this foreseeable future. So connecting Peterborough could be the next best option. So I'd just like to ask, in terms of prioritization, what kind of short-term measures would be, on that short list, or are those the two? That I know there are a few more in the report, but it's about prioritizing things. And what more guidance would you need from council on this plan? Would that be, when will we see you again in terms of implementation?
Right.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think in terms of the implementation, you're right. We have short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies. We did that so that we can phase in these initiatives. The first initiative we wanted to implement was modifying our Lindsay routes. That's an easy win. Making it more efficient, and that doesn't cost anything additional to do that.
Which was that?
Sorry, that was the Lindsay routes. So modifying the Lindsay routes does not have any costs, but it will make it more efficient. And then in terms of how we looked at prioritizing the next initiatives, when the survey came out and they asked, what is the most needed transit initiative? The number one response was connections from Lindsay to other urban centers. Mm-hmm. And so that again supports why we have the connection to Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls up there as one of the first initiatives that we are looking at implementing. And then obviously the Lindsay to Peterborough, which we talked a little bit about earlier, but that one also does provide some additional benefits as well, in terms of there's actually the GO connection through there as well, Route 88. So it's not we won't have a direct GO connection, but if you have that Peterborough connection, now you're also connecting to the GO in that sense. And the third benefit with the Peterborough connection is that it provides the connection to the fourth urban settlement, Omemee. So it also picks up on Omemee. So now Omemee will have a connection between both Peterborough and Lindsay. So again, this is why we focused on these initial initiatives, and then of course the microtransit for pre-booked citywide. That's just to level the playing field, give the rest of Kawartha Lakes an opportunity to have access to transit. And with microtransit, with the technology we have available, we can be quite efficient with that, so that a trip from the north of Kawartha Lakes, from Norland coming down to, let's say, Pontypool, can do other trips along the way to be more efficient.
Sure. Okay, thanks for that. And just in closing, I just want you to consider a few things. Lindsay has a transit system already. Yep. It's been expanded several times in recent years, more routes. So I would say the Lindsay transit redesign, would that take time? Not just it's revenue neutral, it might not be time neutral. And I would suggest then, therefore, that we reframe the priority, or how you would put it in terms of connecting Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon. It's not that it's not less significant, it should be the priority in terms of addressing the most pressing gaps. And I would also invite you to consider, if we're going to Peterborough, how we make that extra step to link down 35-115 potentially to the GO stop, or catch the GO bus at Trent, for example. Things to be considered moving forward. And again, just curious, when will we hear back as council? I'm sure budget time, if not before, to begin to fund some of these initiatives. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have committed to come back to council before Q2 2027 with the final update to the master plan for adoption.
And given the election, Mayor, when is the next budget going to be determined? I know we did it in February 4 years ago.
It has to be done by February, so I would suggest January.
Okay.
I know that staff is already working on the 2027 budget, so it'll be ready for the new council.
Right, okay, thank you. So I would submit and press that there be submissions prepared in time for that budget cycle, and I stand ready to help however is needed. Thank you.
Well, there's significant cost involved, so they will have to.
That's right, so that will be for the budget to consider.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you, Ms. Kramer. It's good to see you. I remember that first presentation you made. It was very exciting, and here you are with the report. Director Al-Ghamami, I did it. I didn't say it right. Director Al-Ghamami?
That's right.
I'll get that right. Sorry about that. I will submit there is debate about a Lindsay to Peterborough route. I represent Ward 4, and I got 10,000 people there. We don't think Peterborough, we think Port Perry, Oshawa. So I just want to put that out there, okay? And the second thing is the microtransit. If we're going to phase anything in, we got 60% of our residents currently outside the 4 settlement areas. In fact, the 5th settlement area is called Woodville. So it's in phasing in, I'm going to submit that microtransit be right there, not after. So I'll be watching this carefully, but it's a great report. It's great to see that we're moving in this direction, and I think it's definitely needed for our region. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you both for the presentation, and I will say, Ms. Kramer, I think we found somebody who talks as quickly as Emily Turner, but
I know it's been a long day.
So we appreciate that. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? Okay, and we have a report that goes with it. Does anybody want to move it as printed? What? Lovely. What would you like to do?
Through you, we're doing a climate change strategy, and one of the major climate change issues is transit. And so I'm just asking if you could also include Environmental Advisory Committee to circulate this. That's all. Nothing big.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not a problem. We can amend the third recommendation to formally include the Environmental Advisory Committee to be circulated the report for review and comment.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, were you? Councillor Joyce?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, on the report, I think it's a typo, okay? So page 76, there's no M2 in any short, medium, long term. So I think you need to revise that, right? There's no M2 mentioned anywhere, so I just want to...
Yes, you are correct.
All right.
Yes, that is a typo. You are correct.
Okay, so you resubmit it with a correction?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Are you moving with the amendment to add the Environmental Assessment Committee? Okay, so who's the seconder? Okay, so you're the mover, you're the seconder. All in favor? And that's passed.
Mayor, if I could, point of order on the agenda, if I could be entertained. Mr. and Mrs. Featherstone, in terms of my motion, have been here for quite some time, given today's proceedings. I wonder if there would be the will of council to move them up on the agenda so they can be heard and not have to sit in an almost empty audience chamber here and enjoy our wonderfully captivating and incredibly informative proceedings this afternoon, Mayor.
I'm sure that they were enlightened. Yeah, I wasn't aware that they were here.
That's why I want to bring it to your
waiting,
attention, Mayor. Yes.
Yeah. So we will move. We'll move that up on the agenda, and then we'll do planning advisory and consent, and then we'll take a break. Okay. So item 13.1. is a memorandum regarding a redevelopment credit for development charges at 38 Oak Street in Fenelon Falls. Councillor Perry, would you like to speak to it?
Just very briefly, thank you. And I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Featherstone for being here and for our back and forth. I also want to thank staff for largely preparing this memo on my behalf, and yourself as well, Mayor, for your engagement in bringing this forward this afternoon. There is a property on Oak Street in Fenelon Falls where a single detached house was destroyed by fire back in 2017. The land had laid vacant until April 30th of this year, when the Featherstones purchased the vacant lot to build a new single detached house. What had happened during the purchase of sale is that the Featherstones were not made aware of the almost $70,000 in development charges that could be levied on the property, given our changes by council over the past term. And council does not have the ability, jurisdiction, or power to waive development charges. We do have the power to recommend a development charge credit, and this would certainly fill that criteria. This is a single detached residential dwelling, not a commercial development. The original home was destroyed on fire by fire, and development credits are for properties that are replacing the existing structure that was there previously. This falls within that criteria as well. And there is some flexibility to be able to grant such extensions to apply for the credit within our mandate as councillors to encourage the redevelopment of this site, which I know the residents of Oak Street are looking forward to. And also, the Featherstones, I know in talking to them, are eager to get going on this. Some of the time period had been trying to get an information and decision on where they had to go, what the development charges were, what their options were with staff. I'm pleased that my understanding is staff also support the application to have an exemption, rather a credit, for the development charges, and I submit that to council for its due consideration. Thank you.
So we got a seconder? Councillor Warren? Anybody want to speak to it? Anybody want to ask any questions? Okay, all in favor? And that passes.
I'd make a motion that the Featherstones remain in council for the remainder of the meeting.
You can fight that battle. Moving on to planning advisory.
Thank you, council.
I need a motion that the minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee meeting of August 5th, 2026 be received and the recommendations included in section 10.3 of the agenda be adopted. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that passes. Moving on to consent matters, Councillor Doble, you have that motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ashmore, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for the following item 11.1.3.
Okay, we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? That's passed. Councillor McDonald, 1113 is yours.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have, I just have a proposal here that the report, the objection to the proposal of the heritage designation on 6673 Highway 35, geographically Township of Bexley, the Pattie House, be deferred to regular council meeting in September 2026. If I get a second, I'll explain. Councillor Doble. Yeah, just to give you just a quick thing there, that there's a lot of moving parts on this property and right now, and I think we need to know a lot more information going forward. So I think it would be appropriate to wait until September until we make that decision on this property.
Councillor Doble, do you want to speak to it? No? So we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? Oh. Councillor Yeo, did you want to say something?
No, you asked a question. I was kind of caught off guard. It's a deferral, so I didn't think we were allowed to debate it other than the timing.
Yeah, I don't know if you've had a chance to check your email today, but there have been changes to the status. So that's one of the reasons for the deferral.
Yeah, no, and I haven't, so I appreciate that, and I'll look into it. But I am in favor of deferral, yes.
Okay. So, all in favor? And that's passed. That's consent. Bylaws. Section 12. Where are we? It's a petition for the request for the rebuilding of Hillside Drive in Somerville. A copy of the petition with 108 signatures is available for the viewing at the city clerk's office. Council Warren, did you want to speak to that?
Through you, certainly do. I'd like to make a motion to receive the Hillside petition and forward to staff and future council to consider this capital project in the 2027 budget.
Seconder, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I think so.
You want to speak? Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Warren?
Oh, I've met with these folks, and I've been up there a few times, and I think it's a good petition, and I just think it's been a long time since any work's been done on that, 20 years, so I'm hoping that this will be considered in a future budget next year.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, you want to speak to it?
Yes, I was just up there on the weekend, but yes, I think it just warrants consideration in the future, and I support Councillor Warren on this.
Thank you. Councillor Perry?
It's a quick procedural question, Mayor. Are we able to put things forward to budget 2027 as existing council, as that would be future council?
Well, it's going to be considered so the future council could reject it or accept it as they would.
Okay, so we can set their agenda from here? Okay.
Well, it's a road that exists in the city that is either in the 5-year roads plan or it's not in the 5-year roads plan, but it is a road that the residents feel strongly about and they're bringing it forward. So I see nothing wrong with referring it to the next council and to the budget process. Thank you. All in favor?
Yeah.
And that passes. I guess we'll go on to bylaws. Oh, other new business. There we go. 13.2. That's you, Councillor Doble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving that the memorandum regarding support for traffic calming measures and provincial funding to improve public safety be received, that the resolution of the municipality of Wawa in its request to the province to expand its financial commitment for traffic calming and speed mitigation initiatives to all municipalities, and to initiate a province-wide funding program to implement appropriate traffic and road safety measures to be supported, and that this recommendation be forwarded to the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Finance, and local MPP Laurie Scott.
So this is a support resolution from the town of Wawa.
Right.
So, seconder is Councillor Warren. Any comments or questions?
I'd like to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
One of the most frequently raised issues, and I'm sure I'm not alone, but certainly in the short time that I've been on council, is traffic behavior. Speeding, reckless driving, and traffic safety is certainly a pervasive issue across this city. And we've all spent a great deal of time responding to these issues, assigning signboard placements, seeking stop sign warrants, considering any number of safety measures, speed bumps, crosswalks, or even building sidewalks. And it was my hope to have speed cameras installed on Adelaide Street near Parkview School and on Colburn Street near Queen Alexandra. But of course, last year, Premier Ford took away that option for municipalities, and in return, he promised to give municipalities funding and tools to help regulate traffic behavior. However, that funding that has been committed has been restricted only to those municipalities who had previously employed the use of speed cameras, which means Kawartha Lakes is currently not eligible for this funding. So I'm grateful to the municipality of Wawa for their recommendation to the province to extend the access to this funding to all 444 municipalities. The current funding model is arbitrary, unfair, and fails to acknowledge that traffic safety is a pervasive concern across Ontario. Extending the funding would enhance the consistency and give predictability to pedestrians and drivers, and certainly improve the safety from one community to the next. Here in Kawartha Lakes, the province has placed expectations with respect to the number of new homes to be built over the next several years. With this added growth, our streets are encountering more traffic, and it becomes increasingly dangerous. It only makes sense that the province assist our municipality by providing tools and funding so that we may apply a variety of measures to make our streets safer for all, but particularly for seniors and children. Accordingly, I'm recommending that the City of Kawartha Lakes endorse and join with the municipality of Wawa in this motion.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. Councillor Warren, you want to speak to it?
Just very briefly, you know, as the councillor said, it's number one complaint that I get, and I really thank the councillor for bringing this memorandum forward. It's an important step to help curb speeding everywhere, Kawartha Lakes and all over Ontario. The province needs to be a good partner and help fund this. Thank you.
All in favor? And that passes. Now we'll move on to bylaws. Councillor Warren, you have bylaws.
What? I've got bylaws. Oh. Okay. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Joyce, that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.1 to and including 14.1.14, be read a first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All in favor? And that's done. What about bylaws 14.1.5 and 14.1.6? Is that what I'm doing after?
Yeah, poor you. For the members of the audit committee, election audit committee, you're doing that one after the close.
But that's not either one of these. After close? Okay. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion? That the closed session agenda be adopted as circulated. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest for any of the items listed on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, if any arise, advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. At this point of the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the following motion? That council convene into closed session at 5:19 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, namely item 16.3.1 and 2 and including 16.3.2. I need a mover, Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Joyce. All those in favor? And that's passed. At this point in the meeting, broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of those involved within the closed session, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. We off air, Joel? Okay, we're back in open. Madam Clerk, items from closed session.
Item 16.3.1, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of July 21st, 2026 were approved. Item 16.3.2, a motion is required that the following individuals be appointed to the Municipal Elections Compliance Audit Committee for the 2026-2030 term: Jennifer Cook, Thomas Barnett, Patricia Weekland, and the alternate is Joan Abernathy. And a motion is required.
So we need a mover and seconder. Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That's passed. We have to go back. There were two other bylaws, 14.1.15 and 14.1.16, that somehow missed the recommendation. And so it is that that the bylaw is shown 14.1.15 and 14.1.16 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached. Councillor Warren and Councillor Joyce, you were the original seconder, so if you don't mind, all in favor, and that's passed. And I have, I think, one other thing to do here, that the bylaw to appoint members to and adopt terms of reference for the City of Kawartha Lakes Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee be read a first and second time. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson. The rest of you are allowed to put up your hands, you know. All in favor? Thank you. Second motion that section 2.01 of the bylaw to appoint members to and adopt terms of reference for the City of Kawartha Lakes Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee be amended to include the following members: Patricia Wakeland, Thomas Barnett, Jennifer J. Cook, and alternate Joan Abernathy. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Perry, all in favor, and that's passed. Third motion, that the bylaw to appoint members of the City of Kawartha Lakes Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee as amended be read a third time and final time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. Confirming bylaw, Councillor McDonald.
Yes, I have that. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson, that the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, be read the first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All those in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor McDonald. Seconder, Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you very much for coming out.